Hey everybody, welcome to the stream. We're back after a couple of days. Hope you guys had a nice Halloween. Maybe you went to a party. Maybe you watched a scary movie. Or maybe you just had a absolutely normal weekend. Whatever the case, I hope it was enjoyable. I had a nice couple days. I have way too much candy now. Way too much. I have a lifetime supply of candy. You want any? I could give you some. I could give every single person in chat right now a piece of candy. Because I went trick-or-treating to every single house. I'm just kidding. That would be pretty funny. In my pink flamingo costume. All right, but like, what do you do? What do you do if you open the door to the neighborhood and it's some guy, some just man in an inflatable pink flamingo costume? Because you thought of the flamingo, you think, wow, that looks weird. But what you haven't considered is the noise. There are fans inside of that suit that are loud and unmissable. That, I think, is the most striking aspect of the costume. The amount of electrical effort that has gone into sustaining its form. Try to look around it like, where are the kids? Nope. They're not here. Don't look for them. Okay, that's why I got this extra large flamingo costume so you can't see around me. I got about an hour before my 3-year-old fell on both knees, cried, and said she was done. I don't want any more candy! Here's the thing. There's so many, like, social anxiety kids, like, overcoming, because think about it, right? Some of these small children are developing very key aspects of what it means to be a functioning human in society during the pandemic. So some of these really tiny children, parents were sending them up to my house alone. I mean, they were watching. They were being responsible and standing a few feet away. But like, you have to make the kids, this is a fact, knock or ring the doorbell. They have to do it themselves. Parents can't do that for you, okay? That's a life lesson that every child who goes trick-or-treating has to learn. And I was just watching and laughing. I was watching and laughing quietly. Like, I could see them approaching, these little innocent kids, just very cute, looking back at like mom and dad, like, is it okay? Is this okay? I don't understand what to do. And like, come on, go on. Push the button. Yeah, I fed the trick-or-treaters last night. I gave them the candy they were seeking. And there were definitely some funny moments. Not like funny enough to make a YouTube anecdote about while I play Battlefield or Team Fortress or whatever else I used to play, and do like a 15-minute video on, but still, it was interesting. I did not just leave a bowl out for people to pick out of. I gave them the candy myself. I got them full-size candy bars. And this is important, not as a flex, but I was looking online. I was looking at social media, like on the 30th. And in my social media feed, a couple people had posted photos of themselves and kind of like the bowl that they were preparing. And around the bowl, they had just dozens of candy bars. And I looked at what I had and thought, well, I have a decent amount of candy. I have like 40 or 50 candy bars, like regular full size, not XL, not like the super size ones, but just normal size candy bars. I was like, is this enough? These other people in my social media have got like 2 times the amount of candy I've got. I better go to the store and get some more. So, because you don't want to run out. You don't want to like start passing out candy and then a group of like 10 kids come through and you're like, oops, sorry, it's gone. You know, that's bad. That just looks bad. So I was gonna go buy some more. So I went and got like 40% more candy. Well, cycle through the day of yesterday. I probably only saw reasonably like 30 kids. I have like 60 extra candy bars, okay? Apparently, one of 2 things is happening. Either there's really not that many kids trick-or-treating in the neighborhood, or there's still a lot of, protective parents who just don't want to go trick-or-treating while the pandemic's still happening, which is understandable. I was wearing a mask the whole time I was giving the little kids candy. I just wanted to give I just wanted to be a good neighbor, But now I got all these extra candy bars. I could have given every single kid 2, and I still would have leftovers. It's ridiculous. So now what am I, like, it's just, I've realized the scam that is Halloween. The candy companies are counting on this. So the people like me are like, I don't know how much candy I need. I'll just buy 2.5 times as much as I'm supposed to have. I clear out the stock at the grocery store for them, so they don't even have to throw the candy away. And now I've got to deal with it. I just paid them. What am I gonna eat it all? Am I gonna eat it all? It's like 60 candy bars. I didn't get the little Halloween snack size Reese's Halloween theme. No, I have no fewer than 24 individual packaged Reese's peanut butter cups with 2 in the package each. I have half a dozen Snickers. I have a half a dozen regular Hershey's chocolate. I got at least probably 20 more Kit Kats. Maybe like 12 to 20, somewhere in there. What was your costume, Etalyx? I didn't have, it was me. I was just at the door. I didn't wear a costume for like 3.5, 4 hours so that I could sit inside my house watching the baseball game. So I could impress some small children. I was giving them the candy, okay? You don't have to wear a costume. Here's the rules. If you're gonna give the tiny baby itsy bitsy, like microscopic size candy, you have to dress up to impress the kids. If you're giving them the good stuff that their parents really don't want them to have, then you can do whatever you want. Okay? That's like saying, oh, Christmas, you gave one of your nieces or nephews like $50 in cash? Oh, well, what did you wrap that in? What kind of packaging did you put that? They don't care. They got what they wanted. All that matters is the bottom line. But no, the candy that I got wouldn't even be discounted today. It was just regular candy. And I could tell how many people panicked because I went 2 days in a row. Day 1, I went to the store to make sure that I had candy the day before Halloween, okay? Not one of those day of losers. And I went to the regular candy aisle, not the Halloween candy. The Halloween candy aisle was cleaned out because that's the default place to go. That's where all the panicking parents are going to scoop up the Halloween-themed candy, not me. I go to the regular candy aisle where nobody's been. Everything is in stock. The walls are loaded with just regular candy, and they have variety bags there too. They're not Halloween themed. So I got my pick of the litter. I got to get like 2 of everything, 3 of everything that I wanted. But then I came back the next day because I thought that I needed more, and I didn't. But when I came back the day of, yesterday, they had figured it out. People got desperate. They went to the Halloween candy aisle, and it was empty. They can't go home with no candy, so they prowl the store. There has to be more candy there. It was literally night and day. I went to the same aisle 24 hours later, and there was nothing. Except on the bottom row, the bottom of the shelf, at the very back, the secret Reese's were back there. Nobody bent low enough and like reached into the back to grab them. So those I bought those I got 30 Reese's cups for no reason yesterday. Look like a psycho. What's your favorite candy? I think if I had to pick one, it's Twix. They didn't have any Twix though. I think Twix is the best candy, period. Twix has been my favorite since I was in school. I would say second or I don't know. I have to see all. Should we do a candy tier list at the beginning of the stream? I haven't even tried some of these. Halloween candy tier list. Let's see. I don't recognize a lot of these. There's so many. Ultimate candy. Ultimate candy. Okay. I just picked one. Here we go. This one has a bunch of familiar ones, but it has some duplicates too. All right, can you guys see this? There we go. Candy without chocolate is a scam. I don't know about that. I don't know about that. This doesn't have all of them. It has a pretty good selection. It has a pretty decent variety. All right. Well, no particular order. Let's start with the all too familiar Hershey's Kisses. Plain. Okay, like if you're talking almond Hershey's Kisses, straight to A tier. If you're talking regular Hershey's Kisses, I'm going E tier. Reason being, the chocolate by itself is not good enough. And I think if it was just Hershey's Kisses, it'd be D tier. But the wrapper, the individual wrapped wrapper is not worth the effort to open and throw away each little bit of foil just to eat a Hershey's Kiss. It's been a long time since I had 100 grand. It's been a long time since I had 100 grand. 100 grand is very chewy. It's it takes a lot of work in the jaw to consume a 100 grand. Though I don't think it tastes bad, so I'm going C tier. I'm going C tier because it tastes decent, but it's just too much work to eat. Where are we going next? I've actually never had Swedish fish. I don't think. Not once. Let's go. I don't know. I don't know where to go now. I guess I'll just go Mr. Goodbar. Mr. Goodbar. Underrated? I think typically Mr. Goodbar is underrated. If you like peanuts, it's pretty good. If you don't like peanuts, it's bad. I think that's just where it falls. You're either a peanut person or you're not. I would put Mr. Goodbar either at the end of B tier or front of C tier. I would put it better than 100 grand. But it's like, it's fine. It's just there. Pocky? I've had Pocky like twice in my life. And both times, what I thought was highly overrated. Highly overrated. D tier. Straight up. Okay, like if you put chocolate-covered pretzels or Pocky in front of me, I'd pick chocolate-covered pretzels 10 out of 10 times. No competition. It's like, it's not even really like breadstick, and it's not really chocolate either. It's like neither. What is this, Laffy Taffy? I can't even read it. Laffy Taffy. Laffy Taffy's E tier. Flavors are bad. I think all the Laffy Taffy flavors are bad, and I think if you want to chew on something that much, just get some gum. Snow Caps. Snow Caps are like a novelty candy. This is like the one you see in the glass at the movie theater every time you get in line to get popcorn, but no one in your family or friends group ever actually buys it. They always get Sour Patch Kids instead, that's a fact. However, they're not awful. I think they're better than Pocky, but I think I would rather have a Mr. Goodbar than Snow Caps. C tier is getting kind of loaded right now. Seems like I'm scared to put anything in S tier. A tier or B tier. That is, till now, Butterfinger straight to S tier. Easy. No competition. No question. This S tier Butterfinger candy. Butterfinger is the kind of candy that gets stuck to your teeth and you're happy that it does because you can continue to taste it for that little longer. Mods are revolting. The mods are revolting. I can barely stand to look at them. Dairy milk. What is this? Cadbury? I don't know what plain Cadbury dairy milk tastes like. A Cadbury egg is a different story. But just plain Cadbury milk chocolate, I don't know. So I'm gonna leave that alone. There's another Mr. Goodbar. There's a Reese's Pieces. The Reese's Pieces paved many roads in many childhoods. Specifically, I remember Reese's Pieces in school. They were inside of a machine where you put quarters in the machine, you spin the lever, and then Reese's Pieces or some other candy would come out through the chute. You hold your hand out, you open up the door, and it comes out. However, what I knew that the other kids did not know was that the lever on ours was slightly loose. And if you took a 2-finger grip and then slammed the fingers onto the twisty turn handle as hard as you could, it would trick and trip the delivery mechanism, and candy would just come out for free if you hit the turn knob hard enough. So that was fun. Anyway. Reese's Pieces are a solid entry, I think. Reese's Pieces will take the cake as the most fun to not chew. Reese's Pieces are actually better if you don't chew them and just let them melt in your mouth for a little bit. I would say a hard A or B tier for sure. I think it's gonna depend on what else there is. I'm gonna go with B tier to start with, and it might change depending on what else comes out. I don't know what this is. What does this say? Zero, Hero, Firo? What is this? Is this Ferrero Rocher? What is this? I don't know what this is. Tox, you accidentally put your list upside down. Are you sitting here telling... Is there someone in chat who legitimately thinks Hershey's Kisses are S tier? Plain Hershey's Kisses. Unbelievable. That's like saying a Hershey's chocolate bar is S tier. Which, by the way, apparently ranks so low in the minds of the candy informed that the creator of this list did not even deign to put the plain Hershey's chocolate bar on this list because they knew it was going to E tier. Or D tier, tops. The only reason I would raise it up past Pocky is because it is a key component in the s'mores, which is enough to elevate a Hershey's bar in my mind above Pocky. Okay, moving on. Lifesavers. Fun anecdote about lifesavers. We'll come back to this. Milky Way. I gotta go with my first impression. Milky Way is like, here's the thing. You either love caramel or you don't. And it comes after Pocky, D tier for me. I would rather have almost any other chocolate bar in front of Milky Way. Okay. Spree? Ooh. Spree. This is like arcade candy, huh? Spree is like the candy that they have under the glass because it's the only thing you can afford with your tickets type of candy. So you just walk out with Spree, even though you didn't want it. Same for Fun Dip, except Fun Dip goes straight to A tier. I will take a Fun Dip from the arcade any day. In fact, I have not too long ago taken a Fun Dip as an arcade reward from a... I guess it was a Dave & Buster's. Fun Dip is the best value because it lasts so long. You can sit there and eat Fun Dip for half an hour. It is quantity. Okay, runts. Runts are the worst. But I can't shake the fact that they are fun to chew on. I don't know why. Like, eating them is fun, but I hate them at the same time. I can't explain that. Would I rather have Runts or a Milky Way? Well, there you go. I just answered my question. I put that in front of Laffy Taffy on E tier, all the way down there. Spree. I skipped. I would definitely rather have Spree than Runts. Spree is a weird novelty candy like Snow Caps. I'd probably put that on C tier. It's just odd. I would wager to say that anyone who's eaten Spree has eaten it less than or fewer than 2 or 3 times in their entire life. It's just something that everybody's had once, but like never more than once. Jolly Ranchers. Jolly Ranchers are the cheeseburger of candy. You can't hate a cheeseburger. That's an S tier, straight to the top. Like, this is just a classic candy. If anybody ever offers a Jolly Rancher, take it 100 times. Some nopers in chat. Jolly Ranchers, I give a lot of value to A, the fact that they taste good, and B, the fact that, that like candy that you just suck on for a while is you know, there's got to be some room for that. And none of these fit the bill here. What is this? What is this comment? I mean, they're good, but it's candy, so good is not S rank shaking my head. This is a candy tier list. S denotes the best candies. We can't... This isn't the food tier list where we're ranking different types of foods. Something's going on S tier, and it's gonna be a candy. Well, I don't know what the best flavor of Jolly Rancher is. I do like watermelon and green apple, though. Probably one of those. Okay. Swedish Fish I haven't had. Reese's Peanut Butter Cups. I think the oversized Reese's Peanut Butter Cups are bad. I think that the OG Reese's are the perfect ratio of peanut butter to chocolate. I think the thick, super thick ones, way too much peanut butter. I would put... I'm thinking. I think... Now that I'm looking at Reese's versus Jolly Rancher, I am thinking that Jolly Rancher should probably be front of A tier. And Reese's should be, like... Reese's for me is after Butterfinger, but that's just personal preference. Still S tier. All-time classic. Pez, hilariously fun to eat, and at one point in my life, I actually tried to collect Pez. I was a know-nothing child, and my mother just let me do it. We would go to the store, and I would buy some Pez dispensers, and then, when the internet became more prevalent, I realized that there were actually thousands upon tens of thousands of independent and individual Pez dispensers. And then I knew that my collection efforts were futile. And it was a horrible thought, a horrible feeling. My 10 Pez dispensers that I had collected collect dust now somewhere. Truly, collecting rare Pez dispensers was the NFTs of another era. All right, I love Pez. All right, I love Pez. I would put Pez, for me personally, because of my anecdotal, I would put on B tier because I love Pez. And if you gave me a Pez dispenser with a full rack of Pez to put into the magazine of Pez, I would still happily eat it to this day. It's just good candy. Gobstoppers. Gobstoppers, you should eat one and then never eat another one. I don't want a full box of Gobstoppers. You're going after Milky Ways. Why would I eat a Gobstopper when Jolly Ranchers exist? Is this a Halloween candy tier list? Syntax Squid, I think you're smart enough to put the context of Halloween happening literally yesterday when we weren't streaming with what you see on screen and come to a conclusion. And I know you know what a tier list looks like. It's 2021. It's almost 2022, chat. Twizzlers. Twizzlers are somehow both overrated and underrated at the same time. People who love Twizzlers are insufferable. People that say they're the worst candy ever are also just blowing smoke. They're not the worst candy ever, but I would definitely rather have a box of Snow Caps than Twizzlers. I'd put it the end of C. I'd put it the end of C. Okay, Jelly Bellies. The novelty of Jelly Bellies cannot be understated. It is somehow still fun to open them up and get the awful, terrible flavors while also getting a few that are actually decent. It's a B or a C, because there are so many bad ones. But it is kind of funny. I would say C in front of Spree. C is getting crowded. I know, but there's some good candies down here. Just wait, I haven't even got to the controversial ones yet. Oh, we have a string. We have a string. Sweet tarts. Me at the school cafeteria. Lunch. 50 cents out of the machine. Coming in hot. Coming in hot. Front of A. I can't in good conscience put it right next to Reese's. Starburst. Starburst is better than Jolly Rancher. That's a fact. The only problem with Starburst is most of them are individually wrapped. They only just started doing like unwrapped Starburst, but individually wrapped is honestly a stain. And I don't even mean for pollution. It's just annoying. So for that, I bump you down. I don't know, would I rather have Sweet Tarts or Starburst? I think most people would rather have Starburst. I think the wrapping is what gets me. Skittles. I would 100 times rather have Skittles than Starburst. The gap between this last S tier and this first A tier is a chasm to me. Skittles are one of the all-time grades. Give us some F grades. Okay. Haribo. Gummy bears. F tier. If you put gummy bears on ice cream, we have an inherent distrust between us. And one of my very close family members does this, and I will always give them grief every time I see it happen. The only thing that gummy bears are good for is if you've had the misfortune of being taken against your will to a Golden Corral or some other buffet.
My liege, a new sub for your
and
collection.
the only good thing you can get out of it is some gummy bears from the ice cream at the buffet. Whoppers. I love Whoppers. The problem with Whoppers is that every 10th Whopper is guaranteed to be a small dirty bomb in your mouth, when the actual, like, airy crispiness of that Whopper goes completely limp and flat and just collapses in on itself and gets stuck right in your teeth. But every, like, 9 out of 10 Whoppers are A tier. And 1 out of every 10 Whoppers are F tier, literally unedible, have to spit them out. So that creates a conundrum. I would say it's definitely, I would rather have Whoppers than Reese's Pieces. I put it in B tier. I think it would go higher if not for the dud, which I can't even call a dud because milk duds exist. Where are Milk Duds on this? Also, let's just get the easy out of the way. Twix best candy bar all time so far. Unless they see something better, just shove that on up to S tier. We already covered that. That's old info. Trolley night crawlers. Fun to eat. Fun. This is kid candy. This is the kind of candy I think most people grow out of. I don't want trolleys anymore. But I also, if somebody for some reason had a bag of them and offered me one, I would take it. I would say it's not B tier for sure. I don't know. I think Milky Way is currently my guide. I put it at D tier. However, Ring Pop is the kind of candy I'll never grow out of. Ring Pop is a solid A tier arcade candy. I don't care if there's a little bit that gets stuck on the ring that you can't get, even though you bit the candy off the ring already and it left a cracked piece of it on the physical plastic part itself. Too bad. Okay, so Lifesavers. My Lifesavers anecdote is when I was in middle school, I discovered that if you went to a Costco/Sam's Club equivalent and bought Lifesavers in bulk, in large boxes where they sell dozens simultaneously, that you could take them to school where they do not sell Lifesavers because the tubes are too small to fit into the vending machines. And they will slip through the metal rings of the vending machines, and that I could fill an empty, vacant need amongst my peers by simply transacting myself personally as the Lifesavers unofficial salesman and make profit. Lifesaver slinger. So yes, I would offer Lifesavers, which were insanely popular in school, and for good reason. Because they're, in my opinion, better than Starburst, S-tier candy. I think Lifesavers are S-tier because you only have to crack open the first seal, and then it's a whole tube of Lifesavers that you get to just eat without unwrapping all of them. But you know, I gave them a fair deal. It was just 50 cents. It was like 50 to 75 cents for a Lifesaver, depending on what the going rate of the vending machine was. You know, I just compared it to what the school was already charging. Make a little profit, you know, because people would buy multiples at a time, you know? I bought it in bulk from the wholesalers, and then they might buy 4 at a time. Because who knows when they see me again. Might not be until a couple days when classes align. Candy corn. Sucks. But it's better than bears. Candy corn, most overrated Halloween candy. Cadbury Cream Eggs. Actually S tier, but they shrunk the size of all Cadbury eggs. So you get A only. They charged the same amount for Cadbury Cream Eggs and they shrunk the size. Costs have gone up. Is this a Tootsie Roll? Is this a Tootsie Pop? I think this is the Tootsie Pop. Which, by the way, let's go ahead and get this out of the way. Tootsie Roll, worst candy all the time. I'd rather have gummy bears than Tootsie Rolls. The only way that Tootsie Rolls are palatable is via Tootsie Roll Tootsie Pops. Tootsie Pops invalidate Tootsie Roll's existence, in my opinion. And I would put these definitely ahead of Twizzlers. I would rather have one now. I'd put it after Pez. I put Tootsie Pops in B tier, actually. Crunch. Underrated. Better than Milky Way. I'd probably put it in C tier with all these. Crunch is decent. It's better than, what is it, Mr. Crackle? What is it? What's Crackle? Cracker? Crack Pop? Snap? Pop? What is it? What's the other one? I think it's Crackle with a K, right? That's just like Crunch, but different. It's like a red wrapper. Whatever, I don't think it's on this list. Okay, Swedish Fish haven't had. Duplicate, don't think I've had. Airheads are better than Starburst, A tier. I would, like, any Airhead is A tier, for sure. One of the best fruit chewy candies that exists. Especially if you unwrap it, roll it up into a little fruit by the foot roll up, and then eat the whole thing at once. Addicting. Pixie sticks are the bane of parents everywhere. Don't you dare open a Pixie Sticks in the car and then hit a bump in the road, because it's going everywhere. This is just a dust machine. Messiest candy I've ever eaten. This is crack for kids. It really is. It's just the closest thing to pure unadulterated sugar that you can pour. For those of you that don't know what a Pixie Stick is, it's literally a tube, like a straw, where you open it from the top and then pour the sugary dust into your mouth. That's all it is. It's just sugar dust. People in chat snort them. This is lagging the music. Something's lagging the music. Hey, music! Get it together, computer. I instinctively put Pixie Sticks at the end of B tier, which I think is fair. I think that's fair. Would I rather have Pixie Sticks than a Mr. Goodbar, though? Yeah, but like one. Not like this. This is like 22 Pixie Sticks. I just need like 2 Pixie Sticks, and that's fine. All right, Double Bubble. Sorry, I thought Tootsie Roll was the worst. Double Bubble's the worst. How about chew 5 times and spit it out? Can we rename that? Chew Double Bubble 6 times tops, and then throw it away because it's flavorless, just nasty bubblegum. Hello, Avic. We're rating all the candies after yesterday. We're rating the candies that are on this list. Welcome to the stream. Also check subs. By the way, thanks Sewer Rat for the 5 gift subs. Much appreciated. We'll get to the Rimworld in a moment. This is more important right now. This was unplanned. Fireball. I hate fireballs, but also if you gave me one, I would eat it. I have to put it at least on the same level as Gobstoppers. Like, I hesitate to admit that it's kind of good. Where's Ferrero Rocher? I don't know, but I love Ferrero Rocher. I don't even know how to pronounce it. That's just how I say it. Hot tamales, hate them. I'd rather have I'm sorry. I don't like spicy candy, so apologies to all Mexican and Central American and South American candies, of which there are many spicy candies. I'm sure if I got used to it, they would be good. Mike and Ike's, actually pretty good. Mike and Ike's are at least better than Jelly Bellies. Literally just sugar capsules, but they're decently tasty. They're just little chewy fruit pill-shaped tubes. Almond Joy. I think Almond Joy is a respectable classic. I don't mind coconut. I think it's worse than Reese's Pieces. Worse than Pez, but better than Tootsie Pops. I put it at a B tier. Snickers. I hate the commercial. A, the commercials for this candy. And B, here's the thing. Frozen Snickers exist, and they're delicious. The like ice cream ones, oh, so good. But just the candy bar itself. Just the plain candy bar, no tricks. I would honestly put it at, like on the same tier as Milk. I'd rather have Pocky and any of these than that. I really don't like them. I think it's just highly overrated. It's probably one of the default candy bars that anybody would pass out at Halloween. And I would happily give it away and trade it. Baby Ruth is better. I agree, actually. Where's Baby Ruth? There is no Baby Ruth on this. Baby Ruth is better. Baby Ruth's actually pretty good. I would put Baby Ruth at B tier. Probably like in front of Whopper. Okay. Dum-Dums. Dum-Dums like the suckers with the mystery Dum-Dums with the little white wrapper with the red question marks. Those Dum-Dums. Dum-Dums are an all-time classic. I put them behind Airheads in front of Starburst for me. Dum-Dums are like hilariously given out in my childhood by dentists. I got so many Dum-Dums after going to the dentist, which seems counterintuitive, but they had an entire box of candy that they let you take just for going to the dentist. You know what? I realized in adulthood there was a scam to get you to come back. If they can mess up your teeth after you're out of their hands, well, guess who's going to stay having a job? Sour Patch Kids. Easily S tier. No question. Better than Airheads, yes. Confirmed. Worse than Lifesavers? Yeah, I think end of S tier. What is this? Is this, wait a second. Warheads? Are these Warheads? Warheads just gave me a nostalgic, tingly sensation through my whole body, so that goes straight to S tier just for nostalgia alone. I would still probably rather have Sour Patch Kids than all these other ones, but that's definitely... S tier is it's getting kind of heavy up here. There's so many different Warheads. Some are worse than others, but... oh. That was the scariest thing that you could do as a child, like at Halloween. It was like, are you gonna eat the Airheads? And it was just hilarious to sit there and watch the reactions of the people. That was the original like React candy food before YouTube existed. Like, oh, you're not gonna do it, are you? You're gonna eat a Warhead? Whoa! It's crazy! Hubba Bubba? Hubba Bubba is just like, okay, if you compare it to Double Bubble, they're quite similar in that you only can chew Hubba Bubba for like 15 seconds before you need to just delete it and get rid of it. However, there's an entire measuring tape roll's worth of it, so you can just keep eating more. You can just chew it for like 30 seconds, spit it out, and then you have another Hubba Bubba line ready to go. So it's going up here. Because, I mean, it tastes good. It tastes... I'm going to put Hubba Bubba in front. I'd rather have Hubba Bubba than... right after Jelly Belly. Or you can open it up and take bites out of the roll. All right, what are you, viral Twitter post. I know what these are, but I don't know what their name is. What's the name of these? These are just like, what's the default name? Like Gobstop, they're Gobstops, Jawbreakers. Jawbreakers. I like Jawbreakers better than Gobstoppers, even though they're effectively the same thing. I would put Jawbreakers... I think C tier is pretty stacked. In fact, I'm moving Twizzlers down to D. Twizzlers just gets knocked down. Jawbreakers, just taste better. Gobstoppers are a little too... Let me put it like this. Gobstoppers on the inside taste like Spree. If that makes sense. Whereas Jawbreakers on the inside almost taste like Sweet Tarts. All right, now for the real controversy. One of the most hated candies, one of the most loathed fruit candies of all time, Dots. I happen to love Dots. And I happen to think that Dots should be an A tier candy. I would rather have Dots than Jolly Ranchers, but not as much as Sweet Tarts. I love Dots. Look at them all. Squirming. People leaving. Dots notoriously just get stuck in your teeth. They're hard to eat. They're difficult to chew. But here's the thing. I hated them too. But the more I ate them, the more Halloweens in a row that I came home and ate all the other candy except for Dots. And in my desperation to have a sugar rush as a little child, I cracked open the box of Dots and forced myself to eat them just to get a fix. It changed me, man. It made me actually like them. They were always there for you at your lowest point. Boomer candy. It kind of is a boomer candy, actually. Kit Kat. I love Kit Kat. To me, easily S tier. I would put Kit Kat over here, actually. Kit Kat is a S tier candy. Can't change my minds. It's just clean. It's fun to eat. It's fun to snap the pieces off. You can just eat them normally. You could take a bite out of the entire 4-cross bar like a crazy person. Or you could eat the top half of the wafer and then the bottom half of the wafer. It doesn't matter. Lemon Heads. Maybe I've had these once when I was a very small child. Wait, the flavor is coming back to me. I'm digging into the archives. I remember them tasting pretty good, actually. It was a long time ago. They're definitely better than Gobstoppers and Trolley. They're actually pretty good. I'd have to put these on C tier at least. Like back here. They have almost the same aspect as Jawbreakers flavor-wise in my head. But like sour. Or lemony, whatever. Mounds? It's fine. It's fine. It's dark chocolate. It's pretty good. I'd probably put it on into B tier or like in front of Pixie Sticks. To me these are the same. I would take, if you handed me a choice between these, I'd pick either one. They're like the coconut aspect almost the same. I don't mind. What is this? Now and laters? Are these now and laters? the copycat, like the worst copycat of Starbursts, who just actually replace your teeth. And if you dare eat one of these in school, you might actually be stuck with a now and later somewhere buried in your mouth on one of your teeth that you physically cannot unstick, and there's nothing you can do about it except just wait painfully until it melts. That's an F tier candy. But it tastes good, so it's automatically higher than Runts. We're going to E tier. It does taste okay. What is this? Maltese? I don't know what these are. These look like Whoppers. What is this? This looks like a Cadbury egg, but it's... Oh, is this a Kinder egg? With a toy in the middle? Or is it Kinder? I think it's Kinder, isn't it? They're Whoppers. I haven't had these. I have had Kinder egg. And they're fun. Novelty things. That's in the D tier. Nerds. Easily A tier. Try and stop me from eating the entire box in one mouthful. Try and stop me. Illegal candy. Wait, did they ban nerds? Are nerds actually dead? Was it like a choking hazard because there's too many small pieces? Or is it too much sugar? You banned nerds. They banned the egg. Were people biting into the toy or something? No, that makes sense, I guess. This is a different one. We're gonna call this a duplicate. M&Ms. Regular M&Ms. I don't care about the other flavors or variants. We're just rating regular M&Ms. Actually, I think this is fun size. Which complicates things. But is that fun size the bag or the... No, that's not mini M&Ms. Mini M&Ms are about 2 tiers higher than regular M&Ms. Regular M&Ms, for me, are a candy of desperation. They're a candy because that is what is in someone at your work's or your parents' job's candy dish. They are a candy of desperation and opportunity. You need a fix of chocolate, so you take it because it's there. However, peanut M&Ms, mini M&Ms, or almond M&Ms, that's instantly front of B tier. Ooh. Are these little country candies? These are little dude, my grandpa, what is the name of this? My grandpa used to keep these in his pocket. This was the literal grandparent candy, where he always would have 1 or 2 of these to hand out when I needed them the most. Oh yeah, those are the Fruit Tootsie Rolls. But they taste amazing, and I don't see them anymore. These are actually so good. No, I'm not talking about Werther's. He had those too. He had these and the Werther's. My mother had these at her office too. I would put these on S tier personally, but that's probably childhood nostalgia coming through. But they're actually that good. Vanilla ones are my heroin. Werther's are good too. Werther's are good too. If just Werther's originals are on here, I'd probably put them like end of A, front of B. What is this? Punch? I don't know what this is. These either duplicates or don't mean anything to me, so I'm gonna say this is the definitive list. This is the definitive list. Pre-Meg's in A tier? Okay, fine. Listen, now it's the definitive. That's true. Whoppers are better than Cadbury eggs, but Cadbury eggs are good. They're at least in B tier. Whopper would be A tier if they weren't duds. All right, there. I'm freezing it here. This is the tier list. Really not that many E or F tiers. There's only a few, like, truly terrible candies. Leading the way, Twix, Butterfinger, Reese's, Skittles, Lifesavers, Sour Patch, Kit Kat, Warheads, and flavored Tootsie Rolls. What about Milk Duds? If Milk Duds were on this list, they're just, like, wish they were Whoppers, but they're not. And that's why they're E or F tier. There's a war going on. There's a candy battle that's been going on for decades, and it's Whoppers versus Milk Duds, and you have to pick a side. And I have chosen Team Whopper. All right. That was a good like that was a good Halloween wrap up. Honestly, I had fun doing that. Good stream, everybody. We did it. Well done. We should do some more random tier lists every so often. Where did Jolly Ranchers go? They were on the list. They were on A tier, I think. Someone probably screen capped it. Or you could just go back and watch the VOD, I guess. That would work too. We'll do some more tier lists. I really haven't done that many in the grand scheme of things. I know that's old content now from Twitch, but I paced myself. I still got a lot of potential tier lists. Here's the thing though, my memory's so bad, I don't remember which ones we've already done. We might end up doing the same one. Having audio problems? I don't know. I was having audio problems on your stream. I think Twitch is just screwy lately. That sounded very defensive. Hey, you having an audio problem on my stream? Oh yeah? Well, I went to your stream and I also had an audio problem, so what now? It's like super defensive. No, I don't know. It could be, some people have had problems if they're using Franker Face Z, FFZ, because it tries to split into separate audio controls. So I don't know if that pertains to you. But I don't have separate tracks. Like, I don't think that I am broadcasting into multiple audio tracks.
My liege, a new sub for your collection.
Run while you still can.
You know what, guys? Being a sub's not so bad.
Get that guy.
So I'm not sure how I could split my mic and the game audio. But maybe I am and I just don't know it. Thanks for all the subs, by the way, everybody. Welcome back, gamers. Hello. Actually, I think we can unpause. Let me I'll look at subs once we unpause. Hold on. Because I don't think anything's wrong. I think I specifically put a bookmark because things were going okay. Knock on wood. There's a volcanic winter, and we don't have much medicine, but that's really it. And we have some potential snaps. But there's not much I can do about it at the moment. So let's just let it go while we talk. All the way back to the beginning of stream. Thank you, Fancy Smanchy. Welcome, Ziora. Howdy, Cobra Blue. Thanks for the tier 1 subs, both of you. Meat Snack Yayo and a little early. Belial's back. Thanks for the primes, both of you. Trick or Treat, Crather. Thanks for 27 months. Hope you guys had a nice Halloween. 3-1 Rally Snail dancing in chat. Ballistic Burrow says leaving the bowl on the porch is no fun. Gotta toss out them bars. Yeah, let them know you're here. Let them know that you've got a presence. That seems to be the issue. What's the issue? What is the issue? Twitch does that to try balance speed versus quality. Better Twitch TV or something can turn the feature off. Oh, so it is a Twitch thing, possibly. Always blame Twitch. Somehow it's their fault. Summidat, welcome back for 45 months. Thanks for sticking around so long. Almost 4 years. Welcome Versakill. Xenophanes says, thanks for always streaming. Oh, no. Thanks as always for streaming. Close enough. I was going to say, I haven't been streaming the last couple days, but it's good to be back. Mishabot, howdy and welcome. Starwolf Kin, Peepo Riven. Thanks again, Sewer Rat, for 5 gift subs. 14-monther and a 6-month in that group. M. Crone says, Candy Chat is online, and they've got some strong opinions. Steve, though, says, just don't miss the mouth. Wait, what? When you're eating pixie sticks? Yeah. Pixie sticks are like opening up, God, what is it recently? I have had, and I know how this sounds, those little Easy Mac, like Cheetos flavored macaroni and cheese ones. And the little powder bag that comes with them, with the dumb little cracked macaroni and cheese powder, they have gotten me twice. I have finally resigned to just using scissors to open up the little cheese powder bags, because twice in a row I thought, I'm strong enough, I am secure enough, I can do this myself. And so I rip and I tear, and what do you know, as expected, the brain warns you, but there's nothing you can do about it to stop the other side of you that is like, I'm gonna do this anyways, try and stop me. And then you rip it open and the orange cheese dust goes everywhere. And I just look up, when those moments happen, I am instantly convinced there is some kind of like comedy camera watching to record that. And there's a laugh track that plays after it happens. Like, it's so predictable. But it's happened twice in a row. So I finally just like, whatever, I'll just use the scissors and be a little baby. It's so hard to clean cheese dust up. It's on your clothes, it's on your pants, it's on the floor, it's on the tabletop. It's everywhere all of a sudden. Welcome Edelwolf for 36 months. Happy 3 years. War of the Worlds, gifting a sub to Elmire, possibly. Welcome War of the Worlds, thanks for the gift sub. Yo Professor, hey. What's up? Mandy back for 13 months. It me. Nah, it's it me. And Lashley also for 5 gift subs. Thanks for the generosity, Lashley. Appreciate you guys supporting the stream. Hope you guys are having a nice Monday. As we're kind of just getting started. We did tier list for the first hour of the stream. And now we're here. Talking about candy. So Lonely Swineherd is going to be incapacitated here for the next 14 days. About a month in RimWorld terms. In the meantime, we'll be propped up by Golgrin, who is the leader of our ideology. The Penguin Patrol. They are unfortunately not joined by many others. Turtle John is the only other believer. And we do not have enough people in this small, it's not even a circle, it's more like a line, 1-to-1 point, to have a moral guide. So our prisoners are currently being converted. We got Red and Spider. We're trying to bring them over to the Penguin Patrol so that we can have enough people to actually start doing proper rituals and, you know, character roles within the colony. And until we have a moral guide, I don't think it's possible for us to actually convert anybody else, like via abilities. But I could be wrong. Unless we were highly evangelical. What's the word in this? Where they actively try to convert other people, like, often. I don't think we have that, but that would be one way. I believe there is a dance party opportunity coming up soon. 18 hours left. Happy feet. Proselytizers. That's the word. That is the word. Turtle John, I think, just got in a social fight, and that's what all this is. I don't know who with. Maybe it was one of the prisoners, actually. No? Who's got a destroyed? Destroyed second toe? And these two prisoners are nothing special. Obviously, with only 3 people functioning in the colony, things aren't going super quickly. We did manage to get a neat power grid online, which I would like to turn off half of to prevent losing all of it in the event of an emergency. Okay, how do I manage to time that every time? My heart was in the right place. Great start, yeah. I think that was a fabulous start. We're just in sync, you know? It's been years. We know each other so well at this point that I can just feel. It's like Randy is in the kitchen cooking, and I can smell what he's cooking, you know? I know what's for dinner. Yes, RimWorld is a very, very good game. But yeah, I was going to say, we don't really have a lot of the bases covered for colony development. Golgrin, our chief leader, is... we started as a naked brutality. So Golgrin was alone, naked, and we've advanced to the point of having pants, a parka for these very frigid winters. In fact, there was just a cold snap during the summer, so it doesn't feel like proper summer. So we haven't been able to grow anything outside because of temperatures. We have to be fully covered, so we got a face mask, and looking to change that in time once we get some fluid ideology points to play with. But yes, primarily here for their combat prowess and survivability. Tough and brawler equals a 64-year-old badass who is capable of dishing some pain. We just got you a Equa, and a huge upgrade also for Feistel, who is now wielding a machine pistol. This is our second gun and extremely precious. We were able to pick it up after some traders dropped it because we may or may not have lured some bad raiders from the south into the waiting traders in order to use the traders to help us defend the colony while they were there. We need a little extra protection. And one of them may have gotten killed in the ensuing firefight. As we get our first corn harvest. This is huge. We've been waiting for this for a while. And they have no plant skill, by the way. Feistel is shooting 13, leveled up from 5. So it's gained to 8 levels, hunting, using that trigger-happy aiming time reduction, but having less shooting accuracy. Really good at crafting and mining. Golgrin's also good at mining. So we have 2 people future-proofed for when we start the mega base into the mountain. And then Feistel's also a fast learner, which does help offset the lack of passions for things like harvesting crops here. And then last, Turtle John, who is our cook. So at least we have a cook. Level 9, double fireball, and social. So Turtle John will actually be a good moral guide once we get a 3rd believer. So this will be our shooter moral guide combo. I was gonna do a fully covered preset, but I couldn't find any info on how it worked. Masks covered the entire head, I believe. If you look at the info card, as long as it says head, in addition to face, in this case, eyes, nose, and jaw, then that counts for the entire thing. So face masks are actually full early game head armor that you can make fairly cheaply for all of your colonists if you want. Keep in mind they don't have anything really in the way of insulation for cold or heat, so temperature is a problem, but 27% sharp armor for free on your entire head and face is pretty good considering how cheap they are to make. So this is going to sustain the food situation for a while. We got some rice growing over here, half and half with some cotton, which I think we just got our first cotton harvest too. So we got some extra cloth that we can use. Stockpile starting to fill up in here, which is nice. We got a lot of building left to do, trying to make a northern wall that fits to the conformity of the anima tree, so it doesn't encroach on the anima tree, which is going to make it basically impossible to create a bunker up here. So I haven't really decided how to handle that. One option was to actually just create a bunker here in the future to fight the north and the west simultaneously or something. And then just keep this open face with like a little path that leads in so that people might funnel into it, possibly. That was one opportunity. Another would be to create a bunker here. Benefit of this would be it's a little further away, because what happens when they come up here, they're just so close to this that you wouldn't be able to put people in here before these guys advanced. Whereas if they're going like from up here over and in, you got time to kind of feed them in. I don't know. My electricity! We've been having electric problems like the entire time. We have built 6 wind turbines, and we're quote-unquote researching solar panels, but we do not as of yet have any researchers who can fit the bill. We had one. What happened to that guy? Chat, what happened to the one person who was like, this is the one? They're gonna be a chief researcher in this pretty amazing pond, and then they died tragically? I don't remember what happened. Same day death by polar bear. Oh yeah! That's what it was. They went down here for something, had a snap, were psychotic wandering, and then a polar bear in about this position started hunting them and then ate them within 24 hours of them joining the colony. It was nothing, like literally couldn't respond to it. And that was a transport pod crash, right? I think. The shortest, did we even name that person? And then chat lost a ton of channel points. Polar Bear Revenge. Smashin', yes, Smashin' absolutely got deleted. So, in their stead, we're trying to find somebody who can research. Spider and the Red, neither of them fit the bill. The only person who does is Lonely Swineherd, who has intellectual and plants, and is tough. So they got a lot going for them. Tough is a really good trait to have in a planter, so we can get some, we can still do Garanlin. I'm just gonna miss having that 25% bonus to pruning. But Double Fireball Intellectual is quite nice. And we got a research bench waiting for you right here. You just gotta get it going. We need more juice. So we got one open bed for someone else to join. Red is construction and shooting or melee. Spider is also shooting or melee and construction. So they kind of fill similar roles. And what this may do is it may encourage me to choose a fluid ideology change when the situation finally arises, which will be a while. We should get a few more points for converting these two, though. We could get some specialists. We could get some combat specialists, because I think, One of them, like Spider, would fit that bill. Fast learner makes up for a lack of passions. And Bloodlust is also good to have in the colony for hauling the bodies. And then we have a psychically hypersensitive body modder. Speaking of, Turtle John converted Spider to her own ideologian. Spider was convinced and changed away from the Legion of Babrin to the Penguin Patrol. So now we're gonna start recruiting you in earnest with a 16 resistance and go from there. Moods are bad. Unsightly once Frost Marshal apparel. That is a special hat that we literally can't craft yet. Turtle John thinks things are ugly, hurts, their bedroom sucks. We can't give them any furniture because we have to make it out of stone, I guess. We don't have any wood. And we also don't really have enough steel to go around. Components are at an all-time premium on this map, despite it being a mountain. We had just squeaked out, I think, some components down here. And we haven't found any more. So we're gonna have to start strip mining very early. We haven't researched anything. I know there's components somewhere here, but they're probably just buried. So anyways, hi chat. Hello, Taco Bell extremist. When are we gonna caravan to grab a penguin? We wouldn't have to go that far, I don't think. Boop, boop, boop. Well, maybe we would. Do penguins literally only spawn in Ice Sheet? Or is it just in a really cold climate? I don't know. Kind of irrelevant. What can we do to actually improve moods? Ratty apparel. We could make you... Where did the bench go? I think I moved it. Can we really even afford an electric tailoring bench right now? I can't even make it out of wood. We gotta save the wood for the winter. There's no trees on this map. The tundra is cold. Take a look around. How many mature trees do you see? Besides the anima? 1, 2, 3. Oh, that's how they died to the polar bear the first time, I think. They probably went to go cut a tree at the edge of the map, then had a break, and then the rest. What happened here? I don't know. There's just a lot of debris there. Was it you? Did you do that, Ibex? So. Why don't we... figure out how to beat... Even 6 of these isn't enough. So inconsistent. I wish it would storm. It didn't snow the entire winter. Happy Feet expected every year on the 7th of August. Pinguinis celebrate the Happy Feet. 2 Pinguinis want to hold the celebration as soon as possible. It's dance time. That's hopefully gonna help Turtle John. Hideous environment. I don't wanna, I'm hesitant to pave this. But I guess I'll think about it. Because I wanna tear down this whole building structure. All right, let's do it. Golgrin, can you clean the dance area? Just to try to improve the quality of this event. Look, we have a light ball. We have a standing lamp. There's a heater in here to keep things nice and warm, and a chess table. Whoa, so much fun. All right, Happy Feet time. Started at a light ball. I got that too. Disabled, no powered speakers. What? Can't you guys just dance to the lights? I have to have loudspeakers too? These are big. 2 components and 8, oh my God. A little needy here. Okay, just Gold Green, can you build this? 2 components for this. How many for the... We got that 2 components for the electric tailoring bench as well. Alright, let's bury this into the wall. Loudspeaker's 150 watts! And you can't turn it off. Is it just perma? This is 60 for the light ball. Okay, Happy Feet time. There we go. 59% quality. That's way better. Feistel is going to participate even though they don't share our beliefs. We got a loudspeaker. They would prefer 6. I want 2 loudspeakers for every person dancing, okay? We need to be blowing the roof off of this place. Room impressiveness, 7.7 out of 120. Only 3 total dancers. If the dance is fun or unforgettable, participants may gain increased work speed for a while. If the dance is fun or unforgettable, you will gain goodwill from the nearest faction base. The following development points will be awarded depending... Okay, terrible, boring, fun, or unforgettable. Oh, you get development points. Yeah, we missed 1 ritual already this year. We're not gonna miss this one. Whoa! Why are there tumbleweed? That makes it seem like it's a boring party. Is this a boring? Look at them move. They're grooving. They're talking jokes about fighting devils. Here comes Feistel. The mechanoids hate dance parties. Can I just have a little bit of fun? A mech cluster has landed not far from Tuxedo Town with a psychic droner machine tuned to the male gender and a male... Yeah. Okay, that's just Feistel, but mech cluster has to be destroyed to get rid of it. Feistel's the only one feeling bad. Also, no recent conquests. They're punishing you, Feistel, because you're not in our ideology. I want to have fun! Turn the music up. That's not controlled by music. That's a game volume or ambient? No, that's just wind. Loud wind. It's the quietest dance party ever. Maybe it's because we only have 1 speaker. They're gabbing about makeup. Goldgrim made a comment about fighting cockroaches. Okay. Well, they are grooving through all these little dust bunnies rolling by. They're chatting about wearing dusters and xenohumans. They're talking about xenohumans twice. It was unforgettable. Apparently, the Happy Feet was unforgettable. The dancers forgot themselves in the music, and the experience brought everyone together. They get 16 mood for... Wow! 16 mood for 6 days? That's crazy. You gained 20 goodwill with Terlinen. Terlinen, you say. Happy Feet was 57% quality. You got plus 4 development points. So we're at 6 out of 10 now. We only need 10 to reform. Rituals are big. Oh, you know what's cool about fluid ideology? It gives a lot more bonus for leader speech. Or conversion ritual. You get development points from a leader speech. That's a good idea. That makes it more tantalizing. All right, so about this mech cluster that came out of nowhere, yeah? Where is it? It is in the mountains. It's not that far away, but it is in the mountains. It's gonna take some time to cross these 3 tiles. So, here's what we're gonna do. I guess we're just gonna set out ASAP. I don't expect it to be that tough. It's pretty early game. There's probably going to be one mech at most, and or just a turret. So best case scenario is just let the 2 ranged people go, and leave Golgrin here to tend to the prisoners. Spider has gone berserk and will attack anyone he sees. This happened because hungry. Sorry, we were too busy dancing to bring you food. We were having way too much fun outside your cell to be concerned with your dining experience. Alright, I'm gonna set the Equa down. So, interesting, this target switch happened again. We destroyed your left arm, Spider. Of course we did. So now your shooting in melee and construction is significantly worse. Red actually crushed your left arm into a fine mist. I love when my prisoners are actively made worse before we even get to recruit them, just after we converted them over to our ideology. It's great. You probably will need some medicine for this. We don't have much to spare. In fact, what you see is all we have. Because we don't have anybody with planting skill high enough to actually plant more heal root. So we have 2 emergency glitter world for an infection, and that's it. And no more meds. Licinius Ebos, acolyte of Exodus Empire, is fleeing a troubling political situation and wants to hide out at Tuxedo Town for 15 days. Licinius' enemies have somehow provoked mechanoids to hunting him. A mech cluster of 2 times normal size will deploy nearby. Licinius is suffering paralytic abasia and must be kept in bed. You need a free bedroom that satisfies the title of acolyte. We'll give you 5 honor or 20 gold and an L-Tech shirt. No thanks. We've got enough going on here, I think. Including the psychic drone, which is going to increase in magnitude, if not tended to fast. The good news is we have some meals to take. So we're just going to let Turtle John... Okay. Red Spirit has broken. That sucks, because we had gotten them down to 12% in their beliefs, and now they've just chosen tribal fidelism. Which is, of course, a loyalist tribe? There are 3 tribes of spirits: the tribe of warmongers and murderers, the tribe of surrenderers and whiners, and the one noble tribe of the strong and loyal Gigachad. The spirits fight against both those who betray their people and those who betray the friends of their people. The betrayers will trip on every rock, choke on every seed, and always taste foul water. Our book says that the spirit of the great Annie artifact will one day grant its wielder power over all spirits intensely bigoted. So I don't really know. Their relic is the Annie LMG. They love LMGs. All right, are you guys ready to head out? Because I am. We gotta go. 1.3 days. It's not ideal. I'm gonna send the 2 sharpshooters with 4 fine meals and 6 simple meals. That should be 3.1 days of food. The trip itself should only take 1 day, so this should be plenty without them running out. And how about 1 Glitter World med? Good luck. This doesn't seem good. Does it? I got a better idea. Bedrolls. Let's make these real quick. Bring some bedrolls for comfort. And then we need to head out. That's a good use of the cloth, I think. Okay, 2 good quality bedrolls. Do we have to put them in a stockpile, I think? I'll do it anyway. All right, now let's go. So you guys can at least travel in a little bit of comfort. And same as before. 2 bedrolls already checked. I think we're good. Send it. We don't really have a caravan gathering spot. But I don't think we should need one for this. Where's the caravan spot? Or has it been replaced with... Yeah, it's been replaced with the hitching spot. Which we'll have to play with if we get some animals. Hey, Top, you've been asked this already. Did you have a good Halloween? I did. Got to hook up some of the neighborhood kids with some candy bars. Sometimes against their parents' wishes. One time, a girl came up, and I handed her a Kit Kat. Put it in the Halloween bag. She picked it out of her own Halloween bag because she had peered into the candy bowl. And she started putting the Kit Kat back into the candy bowl. And she said, "Could I have a Reese's instead?" I was like, the absolute nerve of you, child! I just gave you a full-size Kit Kat bar. Okay, not even the little fun-size one. And luckily, I was thinking quick on my feet. Why did we leave from the south, by the way? I think I might have done that. Did I do that? I might have been able to tell us to leave from the east instead, because this is... Why would we go there, then here, then around? So anyway, luckily I was thinking quickly, and I was just like, you know what? You can just have both. And she was dumbfounded. She like looked at me, I was like, yeah, just take both, it's fine. I think she thought I was being sarcastic or something. And she was still putting the Kit Kat back. I was like, no, just take both. And I think her mother thought something was like happening. There was like a confusion and what should have been a very simple transaction of me, a strange person, handing a child I'd never seen before candy for their own fun and like Halloween night. And so the mother was like, she didn't say like, is everything okay? She didn't say that. But when her child was walking back from the door, there was like a, what was that? What happened? And she was like, he let me have 2. He let me keep 2 of them. And so at that point I realized that mother probably hates me because I just gave her child like 2 full-size candy bars. Parents have a begrudging relationship with Halloween. They don't actually want their kids to eat like 100 candy bars, you know? But me, a neutral third party, instead of giving like a small, reasonable amount in the parents' eyes of candy to their child, just handed them 2 big-ass candy bars. You know what I mean? So, like, to the kid, I'm like, whoa, that was cool. Like, that was very nice of you. But to the parent, it was like, how dare you, you son of a bitch. Now I've got to take him away and tell her not to eat those candy bars. It's like, too bad, not my problem. Not my problem. Here's, you want 3? I'll give you 3 next time. Buys his neighbor's kids drum sets for Christmas. The parent's gonna eat those anyways. Good, I hope so. Okay, because there's no reason that the parents should have to walk with their kids, watching helplessly from the sidewalk as their child gets to have all the candy when they, the driver, supporter, and caretaker, get nothing. If I was a parent, I would absolutely steal candy from my child's candy basket, whatever you call it, bucket, because they wouldn't know. As long as you take the innocuous ones, they wouldn't know. Like if you have like 6 Reese's in there and 2 are missing, you're not gonna notice. What is this? I guess Caravan's asleep right now. I'm not even gonna try and correct it. I'm just gonna let the Caravan go. But yes, the trick is, when you're passing out candy, normally, is you don't give the kids a choice. I made that mistake a couple years back, pre-COVID, where I had a big bowl of candy, like 6 different types of candy in there. All bars, full-size bars again. It's like, here you go, pick one. Huge mistake. Indecisiveness, analysis paralysis, locks them up. These kids aren't used to being able to choose which candy they want. So in their mind, they're doing a tier list of each of the candy bars that is in front of them and weighing the options because they can only have one. You just have to pick one and hand it to them. And if they don't like it, too bad. You're going to learn to like Kit Kat, okay? Because Kit Kat's amazing. And it's like doing the Christmas thing, where somebody has a Christmas list, but you don't buy them the things that they want on their own Christmas list. You buy them the things you think they should want, even if they don't. You're going to like this because I like it. Okay? That's why I got you this amazing Christmas gift. I don't care if you've never played a video game in your life or ever built a single Lego set, okay? Because I think that the full-size Kylo Ren Lego 2,700 piece replica model is cool. You will too. Is this the Kit Kat streamer? It is now, yes. That's why you put the scary hand in the bowl. The fear encourages pragmatism. Ooh, Gronlin pod. I'll mark it to be harvested. But then, they got the, there was at one point a group of 4 or 5 kids, very, very small, very tiny, little ones, but a big group of them. And they each were knocking on the door. Like, it was like, you know the museums where they have, like, the drums and, like, the other things you can experiment with? That's what was happening on my door. Just a rat-a-tat-tat rapping on the door by, like, 3 or 4 small hands. So I open the door, and these little munchkins start to walk into my house. They just like, okay, we're here, wherever that is, I'm coming in. And it's like, hey, oh, hey, whoa, easy. Okay, hey, and the parents are like, I'm so sorry. Like, they were standing on the sidewalk. Like, I'm sorry, they're trying to come into your house. I'm sorry. I'm like, I know. Hey, let's just stay right there. You guys have a lot to learn, okay? Stay there, hold up your buckets, and I'm gonna give you some candy. That's how this works. I live here now. Because they saw Midas, they see like the dog, and it's like, ooh, puppy. And one of them's like, what's puppy's name? It's like, okay, first of all, stranger danger. I shouldn't be the one teaching you about this. That comes to your parents. But you're cute at the same time. You're a little innocent child who just was curious about the puppy's name. They were just gonna hang out, I guess. They were just gonna like come over and hang out. Like, yep, I live here now. Me and my like 4 other tiny children friends. This is our house now. Get out. This is the strangest route. Is this faster? You still have to cross 1 full mountain tile, when you could have started from here and just crossed 2. All right, what's your job? I assume you're feeding these people. Why don't you go ahead and clean up after they almost killed themselves in here? I also got the classic, clearly like 9th or 10th graders who didn't even try. For some reason, wearing like school uniform, like khaki pants on a Sunday, doesn't make any sense. You didn't come from school, why are you dressed like this? With just like a plastic Walmart bag for your candy? Zero effort whatsoever, but cashing in on the candy rush regardless? Like at least 1 or 2 kids were just a ghost with like holes cut in the sheet. You know, that at least is a small amount of effort. How can you tell they were kids? Because I'm still taller than them. And I even hit them with the nice costumes as I gave them the candy. I'm sorry, I couldn't help it, okay? I was feeling a little indignant at the moment. And one of them muttered a like, oh, thanks. Because he didn't understand like what I was doing. That'll give you some social anxiety to deal with. That'll give you some, you'll remember the time that you knocked for candy on Halloween and that one mean guy gave you, you're confused on how to feel because he gave you a full-size candy bar, but he also talked some shit. I didn't turn anybody away. If you knocked, you were gonna get candy, but you might also get like a passing comment as you leave. Are you guys there yet? No. Rare thrombos are here, though. Rare thrombos, luckily, will not eat. I don't know what they're gonna eat, actually. Oh, yeah! We gotta make sure they don't sneak in here. Hey, that's a good point. Let's haul this, because they will come straight over here for this. I'm glad all my crops are indoors, because they will eat everything. See? They're already Newman on over. Does Midas bark when people knock on the door? No, not really. He doesn't know where the door is. He hasn't like associated the knocking and doorbell noises. He was starting to by the end of the night. He was developing an association. Hey, we're here. Now let's see how bad it is. Oh, it's not great. I don't know. I don't feel great about our 2 people versus a pikeman and a mini slugger. I think our best bet is to try and lure the pikeman around the corner. And get him all by himself. Because we don't have any melee. We could also deconstruct one of the walls, but I think as soon as we shoot this, they may wake up. I am using mods and DLC mini-mirrors. I think, the link's in the chat. Ideology is fluid, and, difficulty, there's a mods command and an ideology command. That's what I'm trying to say. Coco's Arctic Wolves. We'll look at that after we deal with this. One thing at a time. Golgrin, just meditating some psi focus. I respect it. Back on this side, let's see what happens once we deconstruct the wall. There's the psychic drone. then we're just gonna shoot it. Pro strats. Doors are for nerds. As long as there's no activator here. This is dormant, and this is dormant. So, as long as we don't have any snaps, which will improve once the psychic drone is gone. Hello, Hoosier Hales. Boop in chat for 8 months. Welcome back, Hoosier Hale. Man, Knight757 says, still finishing up last Rimworld VOD, but hope we're going strong. Oh, we're going very strong today. Candy tier lists. Trick-or-treaters. Yo, I got to check out the new Mario Party, too. It's actually pretty fun. Some Halloween Mario Party. They have an actual good free play mode now. It was really cool seeing all the classic N64 Mario Party 1 and 2 games remade. And I think you can even like play rounds specifically with just those games. You can't leave because there's enemies in the area, but they're not awake. So can we just walk to the edge of the map and leave? Is that possible? Also, this map is very interesting in that it's very defensible. I need this, and I guess I need that. But at least it's destroyed. I'm not confident if we physically can just walk off the map, but let's see. Okay. Bye. We're out. No need to endanger ourselves for no reason. Just a nice little stealth op and peace on out of here. A new quest is available. A 19-year-old cave child named Coco is calling from nearby. She says a pack of 4 man-hunting Arctic wolves are hunting her. She begs for safety. Wow, Randy. Wow. Giving me this when 2 of my fighters are out? 4 Arctic wolves chasing, and you give me a free, it's a free colonist though. But it's gonna screw us because either one of 2 things is gonna happen. We aren't gonna be able to kill them with just these 2 people. We don't have enough traps. We only have like 1. And 2, when these guys return home, the Arctic wolves will just turn on them. So we can't like melee them down. I wish we had a good supply of wood. Because wood traps are just so much better right now than stone. In terms of how long they take. It's 45 wood. That's just so many campfires we're gonna need to keep refueling through the winter. It's too risky. And we don't have any cut stone either. It's only a cave child. I don't think cave child has very good stats. So I think we're just gonna have to let it go. I think it's the only safe. We have 2 prisoners. Expires in 1 hour, chat. It expires in a single hour. They'll be back in 0.7 days. And then what? Do you risk it? Coco, just to have a person, doesn't matter their skill, just to have somebody. He clicked it! He's clicking it! Okay, so here's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking in my mind. When the caravan comes home, depending on what side they enter from, if they enter from the north, not good. If they enter from the west, very good, because then we can go and hide in here and then make a play. If they enter from the south, it's also good, because the theory is that the cave child will be running in. And we have the south walled off. So the wolves would have to go all the way around. And there's 4 of them, and they're Arctic wolves. So one of them will probably hit the spike trap and probably not kill it, but could. If it does, then we're pretty golden. Or we could just double door strat it with Golgrin, but there's only 2 people. Door stratting the wolves would be fantastic if both of you were here. All hell. Let's do it. Let's go, baby. A cave child named Coco is joining the colony. All right, Coco. Let me see your stats. This is not a good time to be a wimp with 0 melee and 1 shooting. We don't need this many builders, Randy! Gold can construct, Coco can construct. One of these 2 can construct, and also the prisoners can construct, both of them. So really, you're just here for animals and crafting. Cave Child, for the record, is plus construction and plus mining, so I'll just try to remember that. But crafting is good. Crafting is good. We only have 1 other crafter right now. These guys are not gonna make it. I don't know why I accepted that. A pack of man-hunting Arctic wolves have entered the area. Driven insane by the disease known as Scaria, they will roam the region hunting for humanoid flesh. I did know that. I did know that that was going to happen, yes. All right, chat, we need to name this person before they die. Possibly. So the keyword's very simple. May as well just make it Coco. Because that's an easy, fun word to type. Everyone likes typing Coco. So... I think we're just gonna have to stall until the other friends come home. I think we're just gonna have to lock them in. Keep these doors shut. Golgrin, yeah, I know you can't go here. We need to get you inside before the wolves come around. Okay, and then Coco, what is better? I would assume a spear is higher DPS. Yeah. So let's get Golgrin hooked up with one of these spears. And then Coco has no skills, but 1 shooting. Which will, of course, save the day. So have that short bow, and good luck to you. Arco-autonomism. What, pray tell, is arco-autonomism? Individualist. Architects stand as sovereign consciousness and recognize and judge each of us individually the same way. Architects notice the one who wields their relics, such as the free staff, In the future, the architects will depart. They will bring with them the ones they have noticed and leave the rest behind to dissolve in the universe's eternal entropy. Notice me, Architect Senpai. Okay. Let's roll dice then. Artificer Boomy. Artificer? Artifice? I will need some channel points from the chat now. No. Artificer. Oh, wait, yeah, you did spell it like that, huh? Did you spell it like that on purpose? Or is that just the spelled name wrong? Is that a real word? No, it's Artificer. Dungeons and Dragons. And other things, obviously. A skilled craftsman or inventor. You spelled your name wrong, not me. Alright, Manhunting Pack is here. Doors are locked, people are inside. Now we wait and pray that one of them dies on this sandstone spike trap. And that our returning caravan doesn't come in on the north. If they come in on the north, very bad. Okay, well, you didn't die, but you will die in 8 hours. They're riddled with scaria. Or, better still, the Mega Wolverine, in their eternal hunger, smells weakness. Where are you going in such a rush? Are you going to attack this Arctic Wolf? Wow. Okay, one down. Wait. What is happening, Mega Wolverine? Oh, you can't eat that one, because it's riddled with scaria. You're looking for food. Can't eat that one either. Time to go back on the prowl. How about you, other Arctic Wolf? I'm defending this here colony by also taking a bunch of really lethal wounds. It's gonna help the colonists rid my presence. Because he'd be hunting us if these dudes were not here. I did not see the Mega Wolverine. Did he find someone to eat? Not dead yet. Not dead yet. Not dead yet. Kill it. Couldn't eat that one either. You wouldn't dare attack a Thrumbo, right? You wouldn't dare attack the Thrumbo. Where's the other... Isn't there one more wolf? Did he kill all of them? He's going to get this Ibex around the map. Thrumbo, chill. Apex Thrumbo. Apex Thrumbo. So now we can't go outside because Mega Wolverine hungry, I guess. I thought there were 4. I only see 3 corpses. Where'd the 4th one go? There are 4. 1, 2, 3. He might have killed one on the way in. He did. He killed one on the way in. Couldn't find a single one that didn't have Scaria. Scaria just saved the day. That's amazing. And we just get Artificer Boomy out of the deal. Channel points paid! Including 25k self-paid. Alright, we're gonna open the doors now. With the ideal being the Wolverine is bleeding and far enough away where it hopefully won't pose a threat. Or at least we'll be notified of it before it happens. I did not expect that resolution, but now I'm glad that I risked it. That was a classic RimWorld gamble. And it paid off. Now, granted, they're not the best colonists. Undergrounder is nice. Beautiful, you'll probably have no problem finding a spouse. Should you choose, I would be wary. The Mega Wolverine might still be hungry. You're getting a little close. However, its speed is severely lessened, so it should not be able to chase you. It's currently limping at 34% speed. And these guys are 0.4 days away. All right, so let's give you a work schedule. Firefighting, patient, probably never doctor, bed rest, basic, building, yes. Handling animals, number 1. Then crafting, then tailoring, then smithing. Another person to convert. We should probably just go ahead and fix some food restrictions, but I don't think we need to yet. We will once we get, like, survival meals or pemmican or something. But for now, they can just kind of eat whatever. Enjoy the last of our fine meals. Our cook is headed home now. These Thrombo, I feel like, are looking for food. They're waiting to try to sneak in. Where are you going? I don't know what they're actually eating. Are they eating this grass? Okay, we're on the road. Should be back in no time, and then we'll be speeding along with 4 colonists instead of 3, so that'll be nice. Got the corpse pile over here. Electricity is still at a premium. 1,200 corn and 172 rice. We're gonna need to fix the refrigerator situation soon. Good corn haul, though. This, by the way, is our original starting location. I did not like the map, so we moved over one. Just caravan on day 1. Oh, Mega Wolverine died. That is gonna be good dinner. We'll be making some nice, fine meals out of that. We're gonna do this a little bit more complex. Let's just do 12 simple meals. Unpause at 4. But then we're gonna copy, paste it to the bottom, and then do like 20. Unpause at 12. I might even do less. Let's do 8. So the point here is kind of like, I want to have some simple meals to feed people who don't get the benefit from fine meals, such as these 3. And then the fine meals after we have already gotten them food. And then once we have enough fine meals, or if we don't have enough materials for fine meals, we go back to making simple meals. A little overcomplicated, but I think it makes sense. Is the farm roofed? It is, because it's very cold here. And that's why I have 4 heaters to make sure that the crops stay above the minimum temperature in order to survive and thrive. As long as you have a sun lamp, you can grow crops indoors. The sun lamp, though, takes 2,900 watts of power during the day while it is on. If it is not powered, the crops will not grow. So it's extremely power intensive, and my 6 wind turbines are very much struggling to keep 2 sun lamps on each day. Even though I've got 6 batteries here, and while these things run at night, it's basically like just free power, but we don't quite have enough. Hello, Blaze the Sun. Thanks for 8 months. People clapping in the stream. Appreciate the sub. I never thought about tiering like that. I didn't either. I just made it up just now, Shad, because I've actually never been in this exact situation before. Oh, they're home. Hey, you guys missed a little fun. I didn't even see them wander in. I was looking at chat. Caravan arrived back in Tuxedo Town. And we're going to need some more bedrooms. We need a lot of everything, really. Could also just make a nice barrack. Barracks can save you a lot of resources in the early game. When, like me, you really don't have enough for individual furniture. So, the benefits of having them in their own rooms? What? Brutal outdoors. These open spaces are driving me insane. We got 2 undergrounders in the colony, which is going to be interesting. You also got a frostbite scar. Didn't see that before. But yes, what I was going to say was, when they hate their bedrooms, you may as well just put them in a very nice barrack. Saves a lot of space. And has room for growth instead of making these tiny 3x3s that I ultimately plan on deconstructing anyways. So if I was a barracks, where would I be? Tough call. We haven't even gotten into megabase planning yet. Not even close. One option is here. I feel like this should be probably reserved for more power gen. Though, my fear is kind of like our successful bases, we distribute power and where it is generated across the base. That way there's not one point of failure. Because the worst thing that can happen is you cram in a bunch of solar panels, you get like more wind turbines going down to here, and then drop pods come in, burn and break everything that you've built up till now. Whereas this is nice and tucked away, but that's also a good reason to have some Garanlands down here, so it's a bit tough. We also do have the potential of finding some unroofed mountain spots back in here where you can squeeze a couple solar panels in. So that's possible too. Or we could start digging. Could put a barracks in over here. Could put something down in here. You know, we can start carving these out and leave the open spaces for power and other things. A thrombo is tame. Okay. You just did that to get into my food stores, didn't ya? Yeah. So hungry. Nothing to eat outside. Better join the humans. They've got this figured out. I kind of have to kill it. There's no food for you. But a fighting thrombo is extremely useful. If I had been growing hay or something. They're just so hungry. Hunger rate is 2.8. They have to eat over 3 simple meals a day to stay alive. If we kill them, then we also get a thrombo horn to trade with, considering we have no silver right now. That's not that bad. Just have a thrombo horn, have some thrombo fur just for free. It's really not that big a deal. Attack thrombo is nice, but I can't afford it right now. Even though we have 1,200 food seems like a lot, but it's not. But it's not. Speaking of, we don't have to grow rice here anymore. We still don't have skill for heal root, so it could be drug time. Could it be drug time soon? Psychoid is a vicious cycle. This is not large enough grow area for Psychoid, I don't think. It takes too long. Really need to reserve it for heal root, but in the meantime, Smoke Leaf will make us hungry, but also is easy. Let's just do some cheap Smoke Leaf. Alright, Thrombo. There's way too much. There's way more against you than there is in favor of you. Sorry. But you're going to... It's a trick by Randy. See, here comes the Thrombo to destroy the crops. Nope, not gonna let it happen. Randy wants a Thrombo inside agent As we get close to fall, back towards winter, oh, gonna have to feed the Thrumbo all through winter, the hardest season of the year in the ton. Nope. Not even gonna chance it. This is setup. And I'm not gonna fall for it. Every female colonist feels a wave of anxiety and anger. Some distant engine of hatred is stirring, projecting a psychic drone onto the site through an orbital amplifier. Some people's mood will be quite a bit worse for a few days. By the way, Artificer Boomy was a cave child, growing up in a large and intricate cave complex that extended deep into a mountainside. She helped the adults maintain and improve the deep caves. And so you shall do for us. In time. And on the flip side, gotta reconvert. No, Spider is still Penguin Patrol, but Red is very far away after just having a little snap. But welcome, colonist number 5, technically. Lonely Swineherd barely counts. But you'll be here soon enough, and when you are, the Garanlan will be waiting for you with its first immature dryad in 9 short hours. And then we can finally have these people who are doing impromptu crop growing and plant cutting to do something else. Artificer, not artificer. Close enough. But thanks again, Blaze of Sun, Knight, and Hoosier Hills for the recent subs. Turn that music up a little bit. Okay, but yeah, the bedrooms. Bedrooms. I think digging is the answer, because digging also gives us a chance to find more components. Okay, Spider, you can't just go berserk every time you are able to walk. You lost an arm last time. What are we gonna have to do this time? You're lucky you're still alive. Nothing's bleeding. I'm gonna let you sit in your pain. And I will tend to Red, who did nothing to deserve this. Except merely exist. Red getting some good melee skill. I guess they're staying topped off on their respective melee skills. Not that that's going to help someone very much who's lost an arm. All right, you can go back to sleep. Sorry to wake you, Golgrin. Why is it so cold? It's not. That one heater put in overtime. We might need a vent between these rooms. It's 11 degrees and it's only going to get colder. It goes down to like -40. So it's been a fun challenge to try and live on this map. We've had a few scuffles with frostbite so far. All right, stalling, not stalling. I just don't know where to dig. Where would I want a barracks? A barracks is always useful because it can take guests. So even when you outgrow the barracks, you can take quests where people want to come stay with you, and then they can stay in the barracks. So that's nice. Or it could double as an overflow prison cell. So for those reasons, I actually think I want to carve it over here into the rock, which is a little far away from our work space. But what I like about it is, if people are sleeping here, they can respond to raids that happen to the west of them, to the south of them, or to the southeast, while also not being that far away from really anything else. I just like being able to access these kind of disparate areas of the map fairly quickly, and I don't know of anything else I want to use this for. I don't think a bunker would work here. Bunker is much better here. So this is good. We'll go with this. Speaking of, there's some more steel. May as well get that. We're already kind of digging down this way anyway. All right, so let's say there's going to be a big complex thing. We could even wall this off and have a little courtyard for something. It's kind of interesting. What, we don't have any sandstone. All right, I'm just gonna start digging. Well, I'm gonna plan first. Let's do some planning. Okay. It'd be nice to have a rec room attached. Let's say there's gonna be a wall. Oh, ding. Let's say there's gonna be a wall like this. Okay. Let's go over one more. And let's say there's gonna be like a hallway on the outside that's too wide. That goes all the way like up to here. And it turns one wide at about there. Okay, we're gonna kind of carve all of this out. All the way across, and then wall on the other side. Okay, so that's gonna be a nice 3-wide hallway with plenty of space. Mega base! No, this is not the mega base, chat. Not yet. I know it seems exciting. But we're not there yet. There's definitely a little open spot there. Okay, actually, hold on. What do we just do that all the way down? That way we can have... I don't really want a path that goes down here, and the reason well, this is gonna have to be double walled from this point on. It's gotta be double walled. Because it's too vulnerable. Too easy to break through from the outside, and we don't want that. At least not without a little fight. Okay, and then coming down here, you can either do the one-line zigzag. Probably need to do the one-line zigzag. What are you guys doing? Do whatever you want. Yeah, it's a little strange. Yeah, I think the too wide is just gonna have to end awkwardly. Right there. Okay, that's fine. So anyways, then we can have an interior wall. Kind of like this. Don't worry, the room's not actually gonna be that big. But I do want to create some little insets for heaters / lights. Maybe every 3 squares? 1, 2, 3 here, 1, 2, 3 here, 1, 2, 3. Perfect. That works flawlessly. Yo, this is gonna look good, actually. I'm liking this. And then maybe just shoot it on over to the left. I still really enjoy the idea of walling that off and kind of having this be its own little compound. Probably 2 walls then. Minimum. And then what will we put in the courtyard? We could put some solar panels. We could put some horseshoes. Doesn't really matter. Whatever you want. At what point does a non-mega base become a mega base? When you start planning more than one room at a time. Statue garden. Mortar space. I don't know what you want to call it. Hey, Radisum. 7 years time flies. Thank you for 7 months. But, you know, years, whatever. Who's counting, really? Okay, what if we go here? Down, over, down. I'm making home plate. I'm not sure how I ended up with this. But anyway, is there a middle here? 27, there is. So the middle of this should be 19? No. It's way too high. Numbers are hard. 14? Yeah, it should be number 14. Wait, what? Half of that is the 10th block. Oh, I was off by 1. That's what it was. Okay, now we're back. So we'll have a door here. Or actually, no, we don't have to have a door there, but we could do multiple. This is where we're going to do multiple rooms. So I want a living quarter barracks over here. So let me see, how big is this? So if that's 13. Let's say there's a wall. Just to help me evenly divide this up into other rooms. Doesn't have to be even, but it may as well be. Then we got 12 blocks here, so there's not going to be a proper middle. You can only split these in half so many times. And then north to south is 25. So your middle is going to be the 13th block. Which would go something like that. It's a mini base. It's a mini one. All right, but then I don't want them to be perfect squares because that's for nerds. So then we probably change it up completely. We don't need a 3-wide walkway because that is way too crazy. We could do a 1-wide walkway. Okay, and then put some little corners in here. That will let you take corners out from the outside. To fit things like heaters and lights. It's 8 blocks, so we could do... like this. I hope they're doing okay. I haven't checked on them, basically at all. That'll give us some interesting and funky shapes. Room for some plants, possibly. Okay, I'm gonna do the same up here. I love this mod, by the way. The planning mod. Oh, it's so good. It is very good. Did I do this right? I can't tell if I copied it perfectly or not. I think it's the same. Goes this side, that side, this side, that side, all the way down. All right. Then on here, we do this and that. Ooh, nice jam.
No one knows what it's like to be the bad man, to be the sad man.
I don't think this even needs to loop. I think it just needs to go there. It doesn't. It probably doesn't even need to go there, but probably have a door leading to the south side area. Oh, well, you get the idea. Okay, yeah. So we're just gonna make these rooms into things that we can use. Yeah, I think that will be grand. So, doors to get in are up for debate. I think we could have a door here. We don't necessarily need a bunch of doors, because in a barracks, you don't want people cutting through. I think that's the key. You don't want people taking shortcuts. You want a dead-end barracks where they're only coming in for that, you know, to sleep, basically. To take a nap. So we'll have a way out here, behind the wall. We have a way out here behind the wall. And then we'll eventually want a way out, maybe south or west. But for now, this is going to be good. So let's get it rolling. I need sandstone, though, but I can go ahead and start mining ops. So mining is just going to be... kind of just a blanket... big job that they can tackle in whatever order they would like, I think. And then we'll come back and fix it up later. It has begun. This should be, I think, enough space for plenty of beds. Probably a pool table. We're just gonna get them all sorts of nice stuff. Really, really deck it out. We could also have kind of a battlefield holding cell prison type thing. Since this is potentially very close to where a lot of battles may end up taking place, we can just go across the hall and have this be like a little prison holding block. We're probably gonna want a place for them to eat. But we don't even have a kitchen or a freezer started yet, so that'll take some time. Too much meat! That's just from the Wolverine. I guess if you can make more fine meals, then do. Since we have a working freezer, you may as well, I guess. Artificer hauling some rocks for when we eventually start cutting marble. Which, I'm gonna go ahead and add a bill. Let's do 250. Unpause at 150, smaller radius. All right, crafters, you've got a job. Mining ops have begun. We're cheering up Lonely Swineherd, and I guess we have healed Spider. Feistel is taking some marble and sandstone as they come. We don't have any stockpile space. For now, I'm just gonna balloon this out so we have somewhere to put all this stuff. And then Artificer is hauling instead of crafting or taming any animals. The Thrombo's just asleep, by the way. If you just got here, it'll wake up in no time, I'm sure. With all the ketchup on the floor. We just love steak and ketchup. You know, what can we say? Well done steak at that. Intensely well done steak. Crispy. Plenty of ketchup. Barracks, weapon prep room, hospital, and prison complex. We could do a mini hospital there, but with field tending, you don't really need that as much. And also, I hate putting hospitals underground. So probably not. Definitely don't want an explosives depot there, no. Oh, one little corn got away. All right, let's definitely turn one of these off. Feistel. That's too much power to let Randy boost us again and reset us back to 0, unfortunately. It's amazing how much faster things start happening once you get a 4th, and then 5th, and then 6th, and then 7th. It's amazing how much faster the game gets when you start, you know, advancing the game. Isn't that crazy? We got 6 days left on Paralytic Abasia, and then I'm really excited to finally have a researcher / full-time planter. That's the big thing. Side note, you guys need more space for meals, huh? Because you can't just leave these there. Oh, ding! Luckily, we have some extremely good mining personnel. So making our underground mega base should be a breeze, relatively speaking. And we have a lot of construction as well. Gulgrin is both. Turtle John is neither. Feistel is mining. Artificer is construction. Swineherd's neither, but both Spider and Red are construction and or mining. Hello, can you show with the conduits how your batteries are set up? Yeah. So, what you do is, to keep Randy from exploding your entire power supply, you create pockets of batteries that either for me, I just keep them away from the walls, but you don't have to keep them away from the walls. You can just not put wire touching. But the key is that they're not touching any other wire. And then what connects them up to the grid is a power switch. So the power switch can be toggled on or off. When it's on, it allows the connection to be made between batteries and your power grid. When it's off, it keeps the batteries on an isolated line all by themselves. So what this does is it hedges your bet. So if Randy pops your power, it only pops the power that is connected. So you can come back on and toggle this power switch on to toggle your emergency reserves. However, note that power does still self-discharge at 5 watts, small rates, but noticeable anyway. So it doesn't just stay full forever. You do have to kind of babysit them. So what I do is I try to let one of my sets get to full, which this one's now being drained because the wind has stopped. I try to let one get to full, then turn that one off, and then turn the less full one on so that I kind of have a full set in reserve. Now, you might accidentally, you need to check, because when you build stuff next to these batteries, sometimes if you build them in a weird way, their cable will connect directly to the batteries themselves. You don't want that. You want these purple battery lines to be touching the conduit, not the batteries themselves. Because then they'll just drain the batteries even when you disconnect them from the power switch. But anyway, glad that helped. Safeguarding an acolyte. Oh, it's Licinius. Don't really want a 2x times mech cluster. I'd rather not. At least not until I get at least a 5th fighter. Just for an LTEC shirt or some honor.
Red's like, I've had enough, Spider! You continuously wake up and beat me down, not anymore. Now it's I who will attack you while you sleep. On guard!
Crazy prisoners. I need to get you guys separated. It's getting ridiculous. I will be actually able to get you separated if we can get this barracks up, but it's going to take a while. You guys shouldn't be this cranky, though. Red's leg has been destroyed. Why do I even bother with prisoners anymore? They're just here to be sacrificed. They're here to have their throats slit in front of an audience, dude. What's the point of keeping a builder or fighter if they're missing an arm? What's the, I mean, what, you don't have a leg, so you're gonna be walking at half speed. I can't do any prosthetics. You're gonna get a wood piece, like, yeah, keep wiggling on the grounds. I honestly hope, and your left middle toe on the other foot. Cool. We don't have any medicine for you, so you might just get infected and die. In which case, oh well, like, there's nothing I can do about that. In fact, I'm gonna prevent sewing in this cotton. We start paving the way for heel root once Lonely Swineherd can walk in 5 days. But yeah, we need to hope that some royals come by so I can just trade you guys for gold or honor or whatever it is. Just put them in different cells. Oh my god, what a great idea. That still doesn't matter because they still go berserk and you still have to come in and punch them just like we did. And it was me who took off the leg, not the other prisoner. Unfortunately, that does not lower their predisposition to going berserk. It just means they start attacking the door faster. Here's some food. It is good doctor training, though. That is true. Unfortunately, we don't have anyone with a passion for doctor. So it's being wasted. I guess our backup doctors are now a 4 instead of a 3 medical, so that's cool, I guess. But our doctor situation is quite bad throughout the colony. The only person who could have helped us got eaten by a polar bear within 24 hours of them joining the colony. We had a doctor and researcher. Just gone now. And moods are also bad because I think our beautiful dance party has been forgotten. They already left them in the dust. Ready for the next holiday, I guess. This one's not mine. Fiesta of Archism is not mine. You could still do it. Is there any reason not to do it? Like, does it affect us adversely at all? There's also a moral party. If the dance party is fun or unforgettable, 50% chance of a random recruit of the same ideologian. We don't want that. I don't think, because that's not our ideology. Also, we got some tattered apparel. We do need to make some more clothes. Oh, we did build the electric tailor bench. So, I have some bills that I can not load, because it was for a different workbench. Technically, it was for the non-powered tailor bench. Never mind. Okay, so we always want a parka. I'll just create these again. Do until you have one. Pause. Unpause at 0. 51% or higher hit points. Save the cloth, if possible. Okay. Then we want toques. Also do until you have one. No hyperweave or double strand, but I think they have to be cloth, wool, or other, yeah. Okay, toques. And then we need button-down shirts. Probably before we even have those. So what this does is when you do only make until you have one, is it creates a scenario in which there is a rotating, like, built-on-demand stockpile of whatever clothing you want. So for example, if we need these button-down shirts, and we have none, they'll start making one. And since I've queued it up to only look for 51% or higher hit points, when someone else takes a button-down shirt that is less than that, like 35%, puts it on the ground, it will not count towards the bill. So another one will be queued up. So there will always be one that is wearable without triggering tattered apparel debuff. They can change the clothes automatically. As long as you have it, I guess, allowed in their clothing bill. Or allowance, whatever you want to call it. How's this coming along? We've begun. It's not great, not easy. Working on it. Manufacturing. Hello, Niops. Welcome to stream, Galvarino. About to take a gamer death break here in a second and get a snack and a beverage. I've been out of coffee for like an hour and a half. It's still volcanic winter, which is not hurting us in the least. It's only been 10 days. Volcanic winter is pretty much just less light, which hurts outdoor crops. So we're actually beating volcanic winter right now. It lowers temperature, I think. Yeah, temperatures are colder. And also solar panels will not work as well. We don't have any of those. We got, whoa. Tiger? All right, tiger migration. I'm sure it's fine. Muffalo, don't panic. They will be gone in no time. I'm sure they're not coming for you. And we're getting close to this top perimeter being done. Very exciting. Then, when we get raided, raiders will just have to choose a way to attack. Or I could lead them in. Goldgrin is on an insulting spree because things are ugly. Well, I can't arrest the leader. Goldgrin called Artificer Boomy's intellectual skills bad and compared their uncle to a caribou. 4 desperate refugees approach. Their leader is called Lim. They say that crop blight starved them out of their village. Lim begs you permission to stay at Tuxedo Town for 15 days to rest and regroup. In return, they will work and fight for free during that time. If you make them happy, some of them may offer to join you. They may also reward you later for helping them. But there is no way to know their true intentions for sure. 4 people, that's like double our current colony size, which is a little tough given that, of course, we haven't finished the barracks yet, not even close. We don't have anywhere for them to sleep. And we do have enough food, actually. Some of it will spoil sooner than the rest because we don't have a proper freezer yet, but we do have enough food. This indoor corn zone has been quite key. Let's get a quick rice before Lonely Swineherd wakes up. I don't think we can, though. How long is rice again? It's like, isn't it like a week? Isn't it like 7 or 8 days total? You can't believe the 3-day growth time. I think it's like 5 or 6. We could do it. But I really do need to plant hill root ASAP. We could always do an early rice harvest. Not that important.
4 potential betrayers. 4 of them.
Oh, we don't have to accept this for 4 days. So that'll give us a little breathing room to try to get this set up a little bit more. And also get our 5th colonist. Okay. The wind turbines are just so flaky. So flaky. Artificer's basically on that full-time crafting kick. I might actually change this around. Feistel's got a plant skill of 6, but I would like Feistel to prioritize tailoring, actually. Because we do need clothes. So let's do tailoring first. Smithing second. Mining third. Crop growing 4th. And then whatever else. Ah! My thrumbo meat! So we had enough food to feed them a few moments ago, but alas, it was not taken into the proper location for storage because that location is not large enough, as it turns out. You killed him for nothing! I killed him for his horn! Okay, get it right. All right, we have some more space for the raw ingredients now, I guess. Oops, a listen, chat, we have a lot more stockpile space than we had a minute ago, so that's good. Hunting buffalo is actually kind of dangerous right now. Probably easier just to wait for the next corn harvest, but we do need meat for fine meals. That is true. The major breaks are coming for us. Insulted ×6, Gulgrin about to cascade the colony. All right, so here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna take a quick gamer death break since it's been about 3 hours. I'm gonna leave the game on pause, but I fully expect it to pause itself, given the nature, precarious that it is, of Turtle John's stability mentally right now. So we will just follow you around. I don't want to do 2x because I don't want to miss this quest. So just, you know, watch the colony while they slumber for a minute, chat, okay? We could take 2x. There's no way 4 days are going to go by. We'll do 2x. But I'm going to go grab a beverage, go get a snack. Moluto Kilo, thanks for the free Amazon money for 11 months. Much appreciated. And welcome to the BRB screen. Chat, watch over the colonists. Don't let Turtle John snap on us. And I'll be back in a couple minutes. Hang tight.
My liege, a new sub for your collection.
Run while you still can.
You know what, guys? Being a sub's not so bad.
Get that guy.
Who paused my game? Who did that? Unbelievable. Everybody go kill that guy. Maybe the problem will take care of itself. I guess we are just doing doctor training on these two. My unwitting test subjects. So be it. What song is this? I don't recognize it. Oh, it's the new one. It's the new P Music one.
New P Music mixtape just dropped.
This is the Colony Full of Hope. This is the inspirational.
Rise above all of the things Randy throws at you. Give the speech in front of our newest colonists. Tell them how we're gonna strive, how we're gonna survive against all odds.
How nothing's gonna get in the way of our friendship.
Nothing's gonna slow us down. We're gonna tame the wilderness. We're gonna find a way to cut through Mother Nature herself and show her what being human really means. We will blaze a trail. And wait, the music stopped. So I was still in the middle of my speech. You can't just stop the orchestra right when I'm in the middle of my speech. Okay, next time, guys, I expect better.
We have 3 days left to accept forlorn drifters. This is going to be their home. They're going to live amongst the rock. That mining speed. Yeah, the two people who mine are doing pretty good right now with their double fireball passion. They're doing all right. Turtle John not doing so good. Still thinking about being insulted by the leader of their ideology where only 2 of them believe. Probably not feeling so good when the only other person you thought was on your team turns against you and then causes you to question everything you thought you knew. I don't have any drugs to give you. Undergrounder does not like being outside, and there it is! Murderous rage, Turtle John!
I'm a snapping turtle.
Wow, you're gonna kill Golgrin, too. That fits the narrative perfectly. That is the exact person who insulted you. And the leader of your ideology. So good, nice storytelling there.
Bellies, a new sub for your collection.
Run while you still can.
You know what, guys? Being a sub's not so bad.
Get that guy.
We're gonna have to arrest you, though, unfortunately. Why are you so fast? Okay, so here's the strat. The strat is wait by the door, because Turtle John's gonna have to stop. There you go. They always pass them by. They always whiff them on the first shot, so you gotta wait for them to get stuck on the door. Anyway, Turtle John, why don't you just sit in here for like 22 hours, and then you can go back to the way things were. So you start to forget about being insulted so many times. Wait, Golgrin was insulted 5 times back? Did they just give it right back to you? Maybe. Apparently there were some AFK subs. Parkside gifting 5 community subs. And back for 37 months. Three first-timers and Feistel, who's in the game, in that mix. Wow. And then Fira jumping on top with 5 more gift subs, too. Thanks for the gift subs. Appreciate the generosity in this evening RimWorld sesh. Oh no, I'm late. We've already taken attendance today, Shadowbox. So we knew. We already knew. You weren't even here for the Halloween candy tier list. Or just candy tier list, more specifically. Turtle John is wandering in a psychotic state due to being in a poor mood. Well, I guess I can't free you from your prison cell. Is this the Dots streamer? Oh man, I'd love some Dots right now. That would be amazing. Before I forget, I will set them to be released. That way, once they snap out of it, we can take them out. We can take them. Wait, we can... Oh, I thought you were going to do it now. Can't do it while they're psychotic. We need warm... Well, Lonely Swineherd just needs to wake up in 3 days. It's been a long paralytic abasia, Swineherd. I'm ready to have you as a functioning member of the colony. Feistel's picking out on food because it's ugly. I hate digging in rocks. Well, I don't know if we can take Forlorn Drifters at this rate. We only have 2 functioning colonists. Randy wants to kill the colony. Now's a good time to do it, I think. Just raid us. We're also wearing toques instead of face masks, so I think that's contributing to uncovered face. Oops. Where is... There you go, headgear. No cowboy hats. You're not allowed anything. Except a visage mask. Tribal headdress does not cover face. Broad wrap covers neck, head, eyes, ears. Okay, so broad wrap would work. And head wrap does not. Hood does not. I think that's it. I guess veil would, but I don't think we're making any veils. Okay, that'll have to do. There you go, pinguinis. Stop pissing yourselves off just to wear toques. I know they are more comfortable, but you like the face masks. What was the ideology command, chat? Exclamation, ideology. Here at your service. What was the ideology command? Ooh, it's a dark night tonight. Super moody. But yeah, we're doing fluid ideology, so we only have loyalist and total covering so far, and it's kind of a pain to take screenshots of this every single time. So maybe once it gets a little bit more developed. I like this nighttime darkness mod. Very cool. It's going to be very annoying if we have to fight in dark, which is inevitably going to happen. But yeah, we have a cycle of the moon thing going on where some nights are darker than others based on what stage the moon is in. Don't worry, it's not perma-darkness every single night. We're not on hyper-realistic like we were that one time where we also tied shooting accurate. Ooh, it's snowing! Whoa, first time. The first time we get a little snow on the map. That's gonna slow everybody down and actually suck. This is where roofed paths should have been made already, but we did not do it. So, we should do that. It is time to make the paths. Maybe this should just go straight out. We might end up doing more wind power down here, but in the meantime, Why don't we plan on not doing more wind power? Can we actually, did I plan far enough ahead? We're gonna probably destroy that. No, we're not. We're probably gonna build a fertile soil greenhouse right there. Never mind. All right, yeah, let's just go down then. Ooh, that lines up perfectly. Totally on accident, by the way. It was totally on accident. What can I say? All right, this, in my opinion, should get us started. The reason I don't really like putting concrete around my base is if bad guys get in, and they will, then it also helps them move around my base, and that's what usually bites me in the ass afterward. We could also just simplify this. It looks better anyway. Okay, yep. And let's just start with that. So if we're gonna start with that, we're gonna need some pillars, columns, whatever. I like the rustic columns, actually. So we seem to have a lot of marble. So why don't we start with that? There is no middle here. Every 3 spaces seems excessive to me. How many spaces is this? Is that 11? That's 12. Every 12 spaces, but that's uneven. It's because his door's uneven. Your face is uneven. What if we just move it over? So 9 spaces in between each one. Can I help you, Artificer? So those are gonna be a little closer together. Actually, we could just do that and put it on the other side. Okay, looks good. And that will almost do it. Let's go there, actually. Okay, then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Boom. In the 10th spot, and then I'll just put one more right next to their little wall. We're probably gonna end up destroying all these, but good luck. I know we waited too late to build it, but you guys got some fun. Get some construction skills, making some columns for us. Golgrin converted red to our ideologian, the Penguin Patrol. Do we even care anymore? Because you're missing a leg and a toe, and you're missing an arm. So both of you are just kind of like, not as good as you were. Body modder is barely even making up for any of that. But we can start recruiting you now, I guess. I don't know. I'm not real happy with the team comp that we've been dealt. And there's not much I can do about it except complain. If I can just keep complaining about it, that will make me feel good, at least. Like, Artificer Boomy picking out on food due to being insulted. Speaking of, we should go kill some muffalo, but we don't have any people. Where is everybody? Let's also forbid this for a little while. I do want to insulate it, but we need a lot. We have a lot to do, and only 2 people currently doing it. Literally anything. Golgrin is full-time feeding and chatting with Swineherd for 2 more days. And we technically have 3 prisoners now. Turtle John is starving themselves in a psychotic wander, literally refuses to eat. Feistel is just chipping away, making a little bit of progress at a time on this mining op job. Which has created an interesting way around the steel door that we had, making it ultimately pointless. But we're doing our best. Speaking of doors. I think we'd rather have the door there. It actually does make a difference, believe it or not. What difference could that door possibly have moving over 1 space? Too bad I can't show you because it's nighttime and you can't see shit. So, checkmate. It really is dark, though. It's like contrast turned up to 100. Where'd Golgrin go? I don't know. It's too realistic. Got lost in the snow. Which is coming down in sheets now. And snow's bad because walk speed goes down. Thick snow is 52% walk speed. 52 from 100. Artificer is no longer picking out on food, which, you ate all the meals. I don't know who the cook is. Wait, is the cook Turtle John? Uh-huh. Well, the meals are gone, Turtle John. Do you want to snap out a psychotic wander anytime soon to feed us? No? Okay. We'll just have someone else do it. Feistel, you're hungry right now. Turtle John is no longer wandering in a psychotic state. They're very hungry. No one's surprised. Here's what we're going to do for you, Turtle John. Feistel's preparing a meal for you. And we'll release you from prison so you don't get beat up by these 2 crazies who are fighting every couple days. And you can go eat. Not only can you go eat, you've already forgotten about being insulted. You're not only thinking about being badly malnourished, which you did to yourself. Cover your face back up. Good. Mood's starting to swing in the positive with catharsis. Like in the Pinguini. And there we go. Okay. Turtle John's back for now. Hunter lacks ranged weapon. Yeah, that's you. Where's your gun? We arrested you. And I don't know where your gun went. It's lost in the snow. Okay, no, but where is it? Chat, it's not this. It's a machine pistol. It should be inches away from the mouse. Are you pointing at the screen? Do we have a shelf somewhere? Feistel's got it. I'm dumb. It was the pistol. It's in Feistel's pocket. I got them turned around. Feistel's the one with 13 shooting. Turtle John's the one with 7, but double fireball is gonna sweep out in front over time. And we got meals. Wait, the wrong person's cooking though. Oh, did I see a romance attempt? Artificer Boomy wooed Feistel by making an observation about makeup. Feistel ignored the advance. As you should. There's no makeup on the rim. Everybody knows that. Look what I see. I see a path. Oh, you know what we need to do though? Probably should zone some build roof area. Otherwise, the path is fairly pointless. And that will keep the snow off, which will in turn improve our travel times significantly. All right, how much time? We have 1 day left on Forlorn Drifters. They don't have anywhere to go. We also don't have any resources to make beds out of. I could make them out of marble. It's gonna take a while. We do, actually, here's what we could do. We have 500 cloth. Why don't we just make you some floor bedrolls? We've already got 2. We could just have 2 more and then put them in there. You have bedrolls. I know, that's what I said. I said that. Thank you for watching the stream. What is the white block between bedrooms? Well, I don't know what you're talking about. The block between bedrooms. This? Vince? For air? To allow the passage of air? You've learned of an ancient terminal that contains information about the naughty list. However, the terminal is surrounded by a tribal village and the locals venerate it. They aren't part of any major faction. They are willing to let you visit on the pretense of worshipping it, but they will attack when you touch it. You can attack the village from the outside or enter peacefully and try to quickly escape with data from the terminal. Beware, if you spend over 10 hours there or build anything near it, the locals will attack and call reinforcements. That's gonna be a little tough for us to do this early with just machine pistol and a revolver. However, I'm gonna go ahead and take the Drifter quest. We got 4 refugees have arrived. They will spend 15 days to rest and regroup with you. So what we're gonna need to do is get some power conduit hooked up here too. So you guys can have a lamp. Yeah, this came out a little funky. What's the plan? That's fine, I guess. It came out a little funky. Okay, we need 2 lamps. And a heater. Multiple heaters. Probably for a space this big, 2. Kiss the component stack goodbye. There's only 13 left. So we'll do 1 in... Yeah, we might need more than 2 lamps for a space this big. Actually, up there's fine. Alright, we'll just put the other one in the bottom left. Okay. Well, this is going to be carved out, too. So we can actually push it back 1. But anyways, they're here. Lim, Tony, Levin, and JL. What do we got? Lim the Defector, Shooting God, 10 Medical. Ooh, we have a doctor, temporarily at least. With a wooden hand. So, that will not help your doctor skills. Tony, Also a doctor, very neurotic with an annoying voice. High melee skill. Levin, also a doctor. Chemical fascination, misogynist. Intellectual, social, animals, and crafting. Me too, just like me. Chat, you guys are misogynistic doctors, I hope not. JL, who is also a doctor. All 4 of these are potential doctors. Many of them with also social and intellectual. Three out of 4 of them are potential researchers too, and they're all doctors. I would happily take any of them into the colony by extension of them being a doctor alone. But best case scenario, in fact, 2 of them are misogynist. I would say stat-wise, the best pick is probably JL. Intellectual, social, medical, and plants. Has a lot of... Ooh, 78? Oh. I take that back, JL, what I said a minute ago. Given your frail, hearing loss, bad back, wake-up addicted, scarred self. Levin has a frail torso as well at 74. They have hypothermia too. We're gonna need to get them some parkas. They're gonna get free parkas, and they're just gonna leave with the parkas, I guess. I don't know. There's no other way around it. Or else they're gonna have hypothermia. Those are the rules. I'll have to force them to wear one. Who's got the worst clothes? This looks like 34. It should be JL, actually. And then we'll start making some more. Give us some training, I guess. Not again. Red has had a crisis of belief, and the Penguin Patrol beliefs have been reduced to 1.5%. At this point, the prisoner's purpose is not saving the colony in any shape or form, but rather being the one extra Penguin Patrol we need to have a moral guide to convert the other people. We're gonna have a real interesting time trying to get everybody under our ideology. Which you don't have to do. I just don't want to have to manage 3 or 4 different ideologies. I just want mine, and I want everyone to think the way I think. Oh, someone's researching. Sick. Since they're gonna be here for 15 days, we're gonna name them. I don't know who. Here's the thing. We'll do 25,000 channel points apiece instead of 100,000 channel points apiece. If JL offers to join us, I'm going to say no. I'm just letting you know now. Tony and dude, very neurotic with annoying voice. It's kind of bad. No. What do you mean no? You're gonna do it if you win. $25,000 channel points for a guest appearance. That's pretty reasonable. Consider that Smashin' had a 100,000 channel point character who died within 24 hours, and you're getting a character that's going to be in the game for 15 days, potentially, for 25,000 channel points. That's a bargain when you think about it like that. I'm a good salesman. Did you guys know that? By the way, subscriptions to this beautiful Twitch channel are only $5 off of your parent or guardian's credit card. All you got to do is go into the living room after your parent or guardian has fallen asleep and reach into the wallet that they hide inside of the drawer in the kitchen, and then and then make sure that they find it tomorrow. Okay? Make sure that you don't lose it. And then what you're going to do is you're going to put a handwritten note that says, I love you. And then you're going to close the wallet and put it back in the drawer. Okay? And it's going to say, from me. Oh, how sweet. No. I meant from me, from Etalyx. I'm saying what up to your mom. I had to. It was right there. It was right in front of me. Okay, anyway. Moving on. What are we doing? I don't remember anymore. I got other people on my mind. Oh yeah, we gotta give you guys a place to sleep. We haven't even built these. Alright, Golgrin, make this. There's 2 more lying around. Here's one. You can't sleep in there yet. You can sleep in here for 1 night. And then we'll finish it tomorrow, okay? Okay, names. Names. The keyword is gonna be... Nopers. You're participating unwillingly. Alright, Golgrin. Where are you going? Why are you taking this route? Why not just turn around? You want to just take a little stroll outside first? Alright, the visitors have a bed. They may not like it, but they'll be warm. And that's what matters right now. At least they have somewhere to sleep that's actually a bed. Bedrolls are good. Highly recommend bedrolls early game. Especially in environments like this. We don't have access to trees. We don't have much steel replenishable. And we don't have time to build stone beds, which are less comfortable anyways. Even if they look prettier. Also, I love that this is the one piece we haven't finished here, so this is not done. It's close. We're gonna need more tables. But this will have to do for now. Turtle John, level 5 in social? Keep working on it. We need you. What are you guys doing in here? Everybody's convert. Oh, you guys don't have a... You have all this. Alright, is everybody noped out? Is it time? Let's roll it before your time is out in the game. You're only here for 14 or 15 days. Going left to right in order of appearance at the top of the screen is Explosive Danish as Lim. We have Professor Durg as Tony. We have Kivo Wallow as 74-year-old Levin. And last but not least, we have Lingonberry Punch as the 78-year-old Barely Here JL. I got 75,000 channel points. And I need to give you guys schedules. Doctors, dude. Big time docs. And we got an extra warden. No need to cook. Hunt, sure. Oh. Someone who can grow crops, cut plants, and research? You kidding me? Paid. Welcome to our guest stars. I hope none of them turn on us today. They're already pissed because it's cold and they slept on the ground. Did you though? Does cloth bedroll constitute sleeping on the ground, Dirk? Wait, you did sleep on the ground. you missed the bed? Were you all numbing cold? Yeah. We have parkas. Who's the coldest? Okay, what happens if you take off tribal wear? Then you have to have other stuff. There's a parka for you. You got a parka. Ding, 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 ding. Look at this wind power. Go work. Time to work. Riesling, Grand Chief of Covenant of Raro, is making a request. Raro. A mechanoid swarm has been attacking her settlement. She wants you to signal the mechs to distract them while she clears the hive. If you do, a mechanoid cluster will land at Tuxedo Town. The pods contain a scyther, a proximity activator, a mech node, 3 mini-slug turrets, and auto charge turret, but you can get a revolver of masterwork quality or 12 Glitterworld medicine. One scyther's not that scary. The auto charge turret is, however. Everything else is pretty straightforward. The 12 Glitterworld meds is pretty nice. I would like a masterwork revolver too. We're desperate for guns. It's very accurate, just doesn't do any damage. The problem is you can't just sacrifice the people who visited, because if any one of them dies, they all leave. And you fail the quest. On top of that, we have no medicine to tend to anybody who gets injured in the scuffle. So that is another deterrent. We could possibly easily win, but then be bleeding out and then have no way except the medicine that we're rewarded with to undo it. That, on top of the fact that we have no range. We have like 2 short bows, 1 poor quality, the machine pistol and the revolver to take 3 mini slugger turrets and an auto charge turret. So pretty much not worth what I'm trying to say. Might end up having to use the reward that we would get for doing it in the first place, which would be a little silly. All right, I need you guys to finish up in here. Get some stuff built, and this is going to become the barracks. They're doing pretty good, but some of them see... What are you guys up to? Some are hauling rocks, and some are carving rocks. And then the rest of us, we're building our snow path, which actually, dude, I love when you start making the roads because it really just brings the whole colony vibe together. Starts to look like an intentional, deliberate act instead of being so haphazard. And this is where we're getting all the rocks out, which is good. Okay, roof coming up. Where'd these shells come from? All right, so we're about to be, we didn't find any natural resources in here. No steel, no components, just a big pocket of rock. And I guess that's just the way it's gonna be. What I'd like to do is start putting these rocks closer to where we're actually cutting them. They don't have to walk that far, but... Professor Durg is in a daze due to ratty apparel and does not have a parka on. So what's your max cold temperature? 15. You're right at the threshold. Of starting to be too cold. And there goes Kivo, who is going to dig up a corpse, expecting Lingonberry and Explosive Danish to follow the example given by their peers momentarily. I'm sorry I was not able to appease you in mere seconds after your arrival. And look who it is! Lonely Swineherd is up and at 'em. At last, you can join us in the colony. So you are going to be in charge of number 1, plant cutting, number 2, crop growing, and then after that, research. With the idea being that I want you to tend the Garanland, which is actually, now I'm looking at it, is difficult because of the distance. I forgot about the whole snow thing. And I could create a little covered path to get you there and back. But then if we put more trees around you in the future, it's going to keep causing problems. What even is this? I don't know what that is. Let's build a path like this. I'll go up one more. Okay. I think it's worth the steel investment. Just to have a quick trek down there, and we don't even need this knuckle, actually. We could just have this go out one further. That'd be easier. Okay. And then some marble columns. I know you don't need them, but it looks nice. But you need them in some places, but not next to this. Just do it every 9 spots. And one more. Okay, that should be good. Then we'll roof this too. Connect up to the columns. We could also connect it up to the actual cliff wall too, but this is fine. Okay, so one of you is... Where's the body, by the way? Somebody take care of this. Get the body off the food table. Get the crooked treaty out of my colony. Nobody built this? Okay, so I guess they can just walk in there. A group of tribespeople from the Kruka Treaty have arrived nearby and are attacking immediately with green flop hats. Randy's had enough of our peace and building and quiet. T. Coco, thank you for the Fresh Prime sub, by the way. Welcome to the stream. Glad to have you. Lonely Swineherd is another tough colonist. I'm going to leverage that 5 melee. Slowpoke hurts us here, though, but nonetheless. It's go time, baby. That's not an insignificant amount of people. I am tempted to throw down the combat command. The timing tonight has been both impeccable and unfortunate. The odds of that happening at that moment when I was talking about the whatever. Well, we're 2 down. It would have been nice to have that high-level melee, but what are you gonna do? So I do wonder if the actual strat here is know exactly where they're coming in. Wouldn't mind that too. I'll worry about that later. I wonder if just wait for them to come in. Or should I meet them outside? Because they have the range advantage, or a couple of them do. There's some 2 recurve bows at least. A short bow. Whereas we're mostly melee ambush. I got an idea. All it's gonna depend on is no one else snapping right now for like 5 minutes. Tops. Okay, so 2 of them are gonna wander in. Then we just go surprise. Backcap these people. Let them do whatever they want in here. And just like charge in. I'm the one attacking you! And then they turn around. Okay, who are you going for? Go for this, get this guy. What? I know, I thought you were a wimp. Left leg, short bow, not a wimp, just frail, can't walk anymore? He took 1 shot in the leg. All right, we actually are destroying Hyena. Good job tackling Brio. Okay, now you gotta charge the recurve bows. Good luck. 2 down right here at the front. Took a recurve bow in the leg. These leg shots! Swineherd's dead in 18 hours. Swineherd, go for cover. We're gonna move up. We don't have any chunk skip, unfortunately. If I still just... Yep, because I knew that was coming. I knew it was coming. Danish, head there. Kivo, head there. Slow him down. And once you've slowed him down, then we're going to walk up. Oof. The snipes on Kivo. Nasty snipes. Did explosive just one... Danish moving knife slowly slashed, combo in the foot, and combo expired. we're still just duking it out up here. Okay, good shot. I saw that arrow from Artificer. Shot through the shoulder. Ergo died. They are now retreating, but that doesn't matter. We need to back up the other people. We got people bleeding. Kivo's still fighting. A little worried. So about those channel points. Kivo Wallow, one of the desperate refugees who asked to stay with you, has died. The others are not willing to accept this and have turned violently against you. I did warn you, chat, that this was a possible outcome. And then there was that one guy who I ignored who said, nuh-uh, only if the leader dies. But I didn't call him out because I knew there was going to be my comeuppance later on in the not-too-distant future. And here we are. This part where I say, I told you so to that one guy. So, Kiva Wallow, unfortunately, you got torsoed, I'm afraid. Bitratomp used recurve bow adeptly to poke Kiva. You got poked to death in the torso. Tarkov. Your frail torso's probably not helping anything, but you did get quad bruised, I think. And everybody else is going to leave? Wait, no! They have turned on us, to be more specific. They didn't just decide to leave, chat. They are actively trying to kill us for this insolence. So I have no choice but to turn my gun onto explosive Danish before he has the opportunity. And Bitronop is still here, by the way, and not dead at all. So we're in an interesting pickle. Okay, well, explosive Danish, ya might, possibly have chosen the wrong side. We're lucky that Lingonberry was a visitor and is just down after a single hit. Okay, we got a lot to handle. Oh, no! No! My leader! Dirk, you traitor! No one else is in here, just you two! Oh, no! Did not see, you got a Pila? I did not see that this was going on. Okay, we can't worry about the people on the ground. We need all hands on deck. Golgrin will not fight back. Please be in cover. Please be in... Go, Golgrin! Do something! Move! No, outside! Dirk! Don't you dare, Dirk. I hope your shooting skill is actually 0, thank God. Okay, so if you melee, it's the worst. So just don't enter melee range and you might have a chance. Everybody else is coming in fast. We're gonna hold doors open. Yes, other room. Refugees have decided to steal what they can and leave. You guys know that you didn't die on purpose. You know that, don't you? Now we're having a battle inside the house. I'm scared to enter melee range. We flanked them. Golgrin is still in the line of fire. This song, too. Traitors! Quest failed. Not the first time, and it won't be the last. So now we got other problems. Such as, those were all the doctors, as you may recall. That entire group of people were good doctors, who we just mostly killed, unexpectedly. Lingonberry is the only one still around. The oldest of the bunch. Of the raiders, actually a wealth of survivors, which usually doesn't happen. Unfortunately, I don't think we have what it takes to get any of them right now, because they're dead in 5 hours. This Dr. Cook... Oh, greedy and very neurotic? Yeah, you can bleed out. Melee and plants. Annoying voice. Cannibal. Psychically deaf. It's not the worst. It's only 2 fireballs. But I like high melee. You are melee, cook, mining, animals, intellectual, hard worker, but greedy and kind. It's pretty good pawn. And I think that one's dead in 5 hours. Yeah. So, did I miss anybody? I think that's everybody. Okay, so let's deal with what we got first. Feistel is bleeding bad. We're gonna need someone to do the doctoring. It can't be Golgrin. So, Turtle John, could you try and stop the bleeding with your hands only, please? You are now a doctor. Congratulations on your promotion. Rest in peace, the visitors whose stay was not long. Refugees arrived on the 3rd and died on the 5th. You got 2 days in game. That's twice as long as Smashin' did. Look at that value. That was an interesting interaction there between the people turning on us for one guy getting killed in combat. That's like wavering morale to the... It swung the pendulum in the complete opposite direction. What are you doing? Oh, you're getting tended with the good stuff. No. So yeah, if we wanted to take that into stride with our fluid ideology, we could just... We're definitely not picking charity case now. We're not going hyper charity on this one after that. Alright, now you have to unfortunately tend Golgrin while they stand there, which is highly unfortunate. %, tens! Golgrin's dead. I'm sure it'll be fine. We do have the 2 emergency glitter world. For whatever that's worth. We're gonna have to get rid of these bodies. Also, you guys aren't dead yet. 0.8 hours, 0.6 hours. I wish we could capture some of you. There's just no chance. Just gotta let it ride. Oh, Lingonberry didn't make it very far. We could actually capture you, or we could just go execute you. What do you guys think? Should we do a capture and release and be like, forgive and forget? Or are we going full vindictive? I wish I could keep these stats, but you got too much wrong with you. Can we even do... I don't think we can... Can we even do ritual executions? We can't... We can do public... Yeah, I guess we can do public executions. Alright. Well, it's not gonna be a cool one, but they might like it anyways. Chat thirsts for blood. Oh, hello, merchant. Our good friend Turtle John will come out and say hello to you. It's been, I'm still reeling from that, actually. Why do we only have 7 silver? Did we spend, I guess we spent it all on components. Ding, 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 ding. We got some old stinky t-shirts. Unusable pants and parkas. Ooh, recurve bow. That's a nice upgrade. Keep the spears. Not that one. Okay, we'll get 90 bucks. It's not much. But it frees up some stockpile space, I guess. Caravan from Red Zebra Marullo. I fell to the ground immediately. There was no betrayal.
You'll be punished for the crimes of your friends.
We'll give you one last meal. Prioritize feeding lingonberry. Lonely swineherd has become obsessed with corpses broken inside after having no recreation fun times. You're lucky to be alive. Hates wielding the steel spear. It's -5. Led by Pinguini. No slaves in the colony. Observed corpses. Yeah, people die, okay? It's Rim World. You gotta toughen up! So as soon as you can walk again, we'll be able to go through with it. Thank you for bringing Okapi. Now get him out! So, now the chaos is settling. Tribal raid into dead visitor into visitors are now trying to kill you into killing the visitors who we were protecting and harboring to capturing one of them for execution. You know, so things are cooling off now. Such is the way of RimWorld. It's -2 degrees outside in the tundra. Still volcanic winter for over a season. Golgrin just unsnapped and is already threatening to snap back. -6 from diverse thoughts. My truth is so obvious. Yet almost all of those around me are so deluded. It's horrible. And they hate rotting corpses on the ground. Well, then do something about it. Get it out of there. You. Get it out of there. Did you already build the graves? No, we got 2 open. Hello, Zapped Guy. Welcome, Simcopter. Hi. What's up? Hope you guys are doing well. Also, welcome recent subs. Marlo's Folly, thanks for 5 months. Glad to have you back. Jeffro the Dude says, what happened? I don't know. I'm still trying to figure out what's happening here. But what's up for 40 months? It's a long time. And Cactus000, one more. Hey. Glad you guys are here. Hope you had a nice Halloween. back playing some RimWorld. I've just been feeling the RimWorld. I just want to like progress the colony is all. Tired of being locked after we had to restart. Tired of being stuck at 3 colonists. Now we're kind of at 5, but it doesn't feel like it yet. They're not quite taking care of themselves. Who is the cook now? Should be Turtle John. Here's what we should do. We should bump down everything. So Turtle John will always cook. Because clearly we need meals. Are you feeding? Just cook the food. Are you the #1 doctor? I guess you are. That makes sense. But if I just force you to make some meals, then you don't have to feed them raw rice. See how good that is? See how tasty these treats are? See, now you can feed them real food, and then you don't have to have any other side effects. I just got back from Vegas last weekend. Hey, me too. I just got back from Vegas today, actually. Every time I leave the house, it feels like I just got home from Vegas.
It's crazy out there. There's like cars and stores.
And traffic? Whoa. That's just called being a streamer and leaving the house. It feels like a vacation. Etalyx lives at EDC. That's true. Things were a little crazier, I guess, because EDC just happened. I forgot about that. That's the weekend where Californians visit Vegas and roleplay as if they live here for like 3 or 4 days. In the tens of thousands. Why are you calling me out? Sim, you ever been to EDC? Maybe I'll go next year. Depending on how the world is looking at that point. I haven't been. "2013. What did the electronic music scene look like in 2013? In my mind, it was like YouTube playlists being made. I know it's not the same as like the same type of electronic music, but what actually is all under the umbrella of EDC? What all genres fit under that? House music, techno, drum and bass, dubstep, and trance are the most notable examples of just EDM. So I'm assuming just all of those. I used to listen to a bunch of drum and bass. I would say of those, I've listened to the most drum and bass. I would say. I remember watching YouTube playlists from, God, what was the name of that channel? Someone in chat probably knows the popular YouTube channel that just had a bunch of drum and bass playlist music. Like the drum more or the bass? It's just one of each. I want to go. You haven't been either, Shadow Fox? When are they gonna have TwitchCon? at EDC. Wait, what is this? I'm lucky I looked back. Turtle John was about to do bad. 4 of your colonists have gotten sick from the flu? Oh no, this is how we die, isn't it? This is how we die, isn't it? 4 out of 5 colonists have the flu. We have 0 heal root. It's over. We have 2 Glitter World Tech meds. This is why we've been saving them. We need bed rest to be #1 on everybody for that small but noteworthy bonus. Who hasn't been treated yet? Turtle John needs to be treated. Golgrin, did you get it? No, only the leader of the colony did not get it. Hopefully their beds alone are enough to boost. They're immune. 5.8% quality 10. Good. We also can't give anybody any kind of medical boost from the moral guide because we have no moral guide. So that's interesting. Nor can we have one until we have 3 believers. I need 3 believers. But yeah. I really wonder how many people per year EDC actually convinces to move to Vegas. Like a bunch of people like migrating from California. We're like, whoa, it's pretty fun here. It's pretty cool, dude. And then they just like, yeah, why don't I just live there? It's probably not an insignificant amount of people. Tangentially related to that, sports are bringing a lot of people over. I saw today that people who are subbed to the newsletter for the Vegas Aviators, which is their AAA baseball affiliate, who plays here in a stadium in Vegas that they custom built just for the AAA team. They are polling those fans on how they feel about the Oakland A's moving to Las Vegas and having a stadium built near the Strip for the Oakland A's. So Las Vegas is the new Oakland. It's literally California. We got the Raiders. We're apparently about to have the A's. We got the A's I think it's a AAA affiliate is. So that'd be interesting. The Oakland A's and their AAA affiliate in the same city would be crazy. And we got the Golden Knights. I still haven't gone to a Golden Knights game. Are you being annexed? I've had several friends move to Vegas recently. There's a lot. It's a booming city. Predictions are quite high for the future. They're gonna have to figure out how to create turn booze into water to give them all sustenance. NCR moving into Vegas. Fallout is happening. It's already here. But yeah, the let's see, predicted population growth Vegas by 2050. I think it depends on who you asked. Apparently they have through 2060. It's 2019 to 2060 population forecasts by Clark County nv.gov. They have the whole report, but let's just see the table. Population in 2010 was like 1.9 million or something like that. In 2021 is like 2.3 million, so it went up like 400,000 people. They are predicting 3 million people by 2060. Which is basically doubling, or rather increasing by 50% from 2010. So 50 years, we'll see a 50% increase. It's going at about 1% a year, I guess, which is really high. So I'm curious how that's going to go. Speaking of how it's going, how's this flu? Artificer is in the bad way. We might have to part with our Glitter World meds. Possibly. Isn't the coast on water, though? You drinking salt water? You like drinking salt water, I guess? But yeah. I think everybody's just flying by the seat of their pants and is just gonna find out what happens when it happens, you know? I don't think anybody has any clue. I think they're just going to cross that bridge when they get there, sort of. But yes. Let's see. Someone in chat is incredulous that they desalinate the water for 9.2 million Israeli peoples versus 40 million Californians. You know, it's the same thing. If you can do it in one place, why can't you do it everywhere? Desalinization. Incredulous, I tell you. Chad, all you gotta do is Bear Grylls it, okay? Everybody stop flushing. Get some survival gear for purification purposes. Get some, listen, they just throw water tablets in the military. What's wrong with that? Just toss some water tablets in. Anything is drinkable. Just go to your local swamp or creek. You know, get a nice bottle of water out of there. Throw a tablet in. Shake it up a little bit. You're good to go. What's wrong? All right, Turtle John's actually doing great. You have an awesome immune system or something? Artificer's actually improving as well, I think. I'm just gonna let him fly. Elk has self-tamed? I will take care of that. Spider Spirit has broken, no one cares. We do still have a warden, and we're getting our very first smoke leaf harvest. Now, Swineherd does not have any illness to speak of whatsoever, and can therefore start growing heel root, which will save the colony. That was what we were waiting on. Either this rice harvest or the smoke leaf to be ready to go. They just woke up mere days ago. Why would you want to drink ocean water full of microplastics, rotten fish, corpses, and algae?
They got microplastics in all the water. There's microplastics in all the water worldwide.
All right, chat. I'm going to provide an extreme, totally unrealistic, purely hypothetical question to you as a thought experiment, okay? With absolutely no basis in reality. It's an either or. It's a which do you prefer? Let's posit that there is a future, whether it's 50 years from now, 100 years from now, or 1,000 years from now. Time doesn't matter, okay? But in this future, regardless of how far away it is, we cannot, for whatever reason, sustain life as it continues to expand on Earth for humans. Did you really just level up while beating our doctor, who's not really our doctor? But both of you have the flu. What are you both doing in this room? Was the doctor tending you and you just kicked the ass of the doctor and you stood up while they were doing the tending and then beat the hell out of him? I think that's what happened. Turtle John the doctor compared Feistel to a crook, driving Feistel into a rage, and he began a fight. Well, that just complicates things. Anyways, in this future, okay, we have determined scientifically and statistically through advanced models and predictions that life, like human life, is growing at a rate that the Earth cannot possibly sustain. Which future do you prefer? The one in which the world decides we got to do something crazy, and let's say that moving to another planet is not an option. You can't just get in a spaceship and blast off. Which one's preferable? A, having a global limitation on how many children are allowed to be had by families, or B, reducing the overall life expectancy of humans on purpose. I already want A. Quality is better than quantity. I don't know. C, delete the Earth. Who just picked up a gun? That wasn't a gun. Oh, you need to be tended. Tend. Artificer also needs to be... We'll tend Artificer first. How long do you have, Artificer? You got plenty of time. We'll do one more regular tend on you and then Glitter World if necessary. %. That's pretty good for no meds. See both. Oh, 3%. Good. All right, Feistel. I'm sorry you, I don't know. Lingonberry, can you even walk yet? No, Lingonberry's got the flu, too. We can't... I love how you've got, like, a doctor's note that says, sorry, my child Lingonberry cannot be sacrificed in a ritual manner today because he has to stay home sick with the flu. Signed, the doctor. All right, chat. What happens, hypothetically? I probably shouldn't even go down this road. I'm not offering an opinion. That's how I am cleansing my hands of this conversation. I'm just curious what the hive mind thinks. Since so many of you said that a one-child rule is better, okay? I think it was the overwhelming majority. I gotta ask, you know, you gotta play devil's advocate a little bit. Because I don't have an opinion either way. I'm just asking your opinion. What happens if someone is going to have triplets? Or twins? What do you do? Are they the exception? Everyone goes to jail. I feel like this is probably the theme of a Barnes & Noble young adult novel. Where this world already exists, and... Ow! Wow! This is the first time in hundreds of hours that a battery discharge has directly hit multiple people! Oh, Artificer is grounded! There's hold the door open. That's the best thing we can do is hold this door open. They're on fire on the ground. Lonely Swineherd, come help. Feistel, Turtle John, come help. People are burning. All electricity has discharged. Someone needs to go save Artificer, dude. They might die. Severe pain. We can't get there fast enough. The beds are on fire. It's 185 in the prison cell. Artificer's got multiple burns all over their body. Jeez, dude. You gotta tend. You have, everything sucks. Golgren's got 4 burns and has to tend themself because the only other It's honestly better if Lonely Swineherd does this. I don't know who to tend first, dude. This sucks. That was actually like the best play by Randy that I've ever seen, honestly, as far as the electricity goes. He waited perfectly until everybody was in here. And that's a lot of work for one person to try to heal. One shot your whole colony. Randy doesn't approve you washing your hands of responsibility for this conversation. Apparently. Randy trying to purge. Not happy with us having 5 people, I guess. Alright, this is taking ages. 0% quality burn tins. Someone's gonna get infected, and we're gonna have to make a tough choice. This is so slow. It's on 2 times speed. And the power is gone. To be fair, we can turn these off. Feistel, would you burn? No, you're good. Go turn these lamps off. Haters are way more important right now. The prisoners are also starving. Artificer is also starving. Oh no. Feistel, you can't doctor physically. We actually have to stop what we're doing. Are you feeding them corn? Who's supposed to be cooking meals? It's Turtle John, who is also dying of flu. Chat, I'm a little stressed right now. I'm a little stressed. Talking about hypothetical situations. Bad things are happening. We only have raw corn. 30% manipulation. No one else can even cook? You're gonna eat corn for your own good. If you're not feeling better by the next hint, then we're gonna have to use the Glitter World. Okay, shh. Chat, what do I do? Do I just make Lonely Swineherd do some cooking? What do I do? Do I just feed the prisoners raw ingredients? I think we just feed the prisoners. Golgrin's up and technically helping. There is food on the ground. Go for it. God, this is so stupid. Yep, still starving. Golgrin, what's your manipulation? 98? Okay, just do your best, everybody. Eat some raw food. It'll make you feel much better. I can't believe Feistel beat Turtle John this badly while they have, both of them have the flu, and Turtle John was the only person who could cook in the colony. This is just our cannibal origin story, I guess. Only Swineherd needs to eat. Someone's gotta cook. It's you now. Dude, the food poisoning. There's gonna be food poisoning. Power! Randy, just let me have some wind! And you took out one of my batteries for no good reason. Let me have some juice! I already turned off all the sun lamps, dude. Now I can't even cook. Everyone's just gonna eat raw corn and hate it. Oh, this is bad. And there it is. Artificer has been infected in the right arm. Artificer? I don't know for sure that you're worth a Glitter World medicine for this, because other infections can still happen. Ooh, technically, we'll do one regular tint. They go so fast that we might already die. There was a 3.7%. Oops. You're just not that good. Underground the Wimp. Crafting, and there's another one. But this one's on a prisoner. It all goes to hell, dude. So fast. It all goes bad! Oh yeah, you'll never clean. That one explosion just threw everything into disarray. That easily. Also, how'd you do a 32% on the prisoner, but you only did a 1% on our colonist? A new quest has become available called the Ancient Compound. You've learned of an ancient complex nearby. It's said to contain information about the naughty list. If you can break into the structure and hack the computers inside, you can collect the information. Watch out! There may be all manner of danger inside, and other enemies may be attracted to the activity. Indeed. Well, two people who I don't really care much about. So if you die, Spider. Probably not rehabilitatable. You're already missing a left arm. You're just not worth anything to me at this point. We've just been feeding you for no reason. So, why don't we at least get something good out of it then? I think Artificer's somehow gonna live here. And I can just do one medical tint here. And we should be fine. This room is very crowded. Alright, time to wake up, everybody. It's public execution time. Wrong one. Everybody gather round. Spider's dying of an infection, and we simply can't have that. Hey, that was a satisfying public execution. Everybody who went will get +6 mood for 6 days. Everybody could feel that justice was upheld. The justice in this case was, this one person has been consuming all of our supplies, but yet ceaselessly starting fights inside of the little prison block and destroying limbs, both their own and other. They blew up Red's leg and middle toe. Turtle John feels like shit. No one can cook. Everything sucks.
Yes, my secret ingredient for my corn casserole is a single grain of rice. They wonder what makes it taste so good. I'll never tell.
Okay, so congratulations, Artificer. Chat, we only have 5 colonists. Even though this colonist sucks. Do we just need people so bad that I have no choice but to give them the precious Glitter World med? Because I feel like that is the pickle we're in, especially after we just got rid of one of the prisoners we had been converting this entire time. It is nice to have another crafter, I guess. Fine. All right. Golgrin is upsetty, so I'm gonna let you eat. And 105% infection quality care. It'd be funny if you still died to the flu. But I think that actually ups the flu tint as well. I think it works for both, but I could be wrong. No, it's a 5.1% tint quality. But it'll be interesting to watch nonetheless. Oh, ding! Red, if you switched off Penguin Patrol to Legion of Barbron. All right, everybody, gather round. We've got another execution coming, because I am not going to convert you a third time. Or I could just release them. Expected quality, we performed this 2 recently. Okay, never mind. 2 recently, you get to go. Missing a leg. Yes, I'm sending you out on your own, banishing you. 6 days until winter. Do the math. Figure out what's actually happening here. But I don't want to have to feed you anymore. Lingonberry can't move yet, I guess. And red's off. I don't want to deal with you anymore. Take her clothes? Oh my god, you're right. We would have been saved if only we had taken their flop hat and t-shirt. That would definitely be the game changer in helping us survive -7 to -40 degrees. Winter upcoming, yeah. Okay, so let's turn one of these off so rain doesn't do the thing again. We need to turn the sun lamps back on, but I'm trying to get some time for juice. This flu is going to be cutting it real close, but I think we'll be fine. It's going to be very close. Everyone else is fine. Turtle John will be back up and at him in no time. Lonely Swineherd, what ideology are you? Not mine. So stop converting people. Goldgrin's about to have a snap. Ooh, this is where I want to hold you. Not so fast. Frost Rider, hello. QT Wasp, what up? Thanks for the 2nd month of sub, QT Wasp. Hey, Town Chat, have a nice stream. Thanks. It sucks so far. I'm just kidding. It's actually fine. We're good. We just had to cut some bad investments. Those 2 prisoners were bad investments. I guess good for training social skill, though, at least. And Frost Rider, winning is subjective at this point. Time will tell. Like cutting after losing $500 at the casino. Not too far off. Randy's just doing this thing where like we make a teeny bit of progress. Like, what have we done today? Build this. It's not even done. And build a couple of like concrete paths. And we dug this square out in 4.5 hours. No, 4 hours. The flu has incapacitated 3 out of 5 colonists. We haven't had a stretch where everybody's firing on all cylinders for more than like a day or 2. And the guests that we had to help us do work faster had a complete shit show. Evaporate that scenario. We've just been trying to stay afloat, basically. Keep head above water. In the meantime, I watched what did I watch today? What was a trailer I watched? Chat, what trailer came out today? Oh, Boba Fett. It was Boba Fett. The Book of Boba Fett. The funniest thing I saw about that was a comment that said that they were extremely disappointed in everything they had seen about the Book of Boba Fett because they thought that it was an actual book. And we're apparently looking forward to it and reading it. But it's a TV show. So, oops. Got some weird marketing there. The Book of Boba Fett, but it's a TV show. I'm looking. I hope that there's some good quality memes, even if they use the exact same joke. I think that there could be some nice memes on that. But anyway, now that you know Boba Fett exists, it's not a spoiler to talk about it in the context of The Mandalorian. Because there's a whole separate TV show about the dude. Can I just say that all of his scenes in The Mandalorian sucked? And I did not like them at all. And they were just like faux, weird, like John Wick imitation scenes where all the stormtroopers just run into point blank range and then like get thrown like a karate move over some dude's shoulder and then get knocked out. It was just, I didn't like any of them. No. I want to, like, I hope it's good, but I don't have any reason to believe it's going to be good. As someone else knows, John Wick fights were bad too. No, John Wick's awesome. John Wick imitations, not awesome. By and large, the John Wick, the difference between John Wick and John Wick imitations are, while there are a handful of people per movie that will just run headlong into John Wick, there's at least like 92% of the rest of the fights in the movie are like fine or enjoyable. To the point where like the 6 to 8% that aren't do not take me out of the movie because it's just a fun action movie. It's like getting mad in the Terminator when the Terminator stops a second to like stare into the protagonist's eyes and John Connor looks back and takes the opportunity to escape the scenario. It's like, why didn't he just kill him right there? Well, because it's less dramatic that way is why. It's a movie. But the ones that imitate it, the reason that they fail is because the protagonist typically doesn't like do anything except some strange beginner tier martial arts moves. And they don't actually like kill anybody or like shoot anybody really for the most part, unless it's the Star Wars shot. Which, by the way, why do any stormtroopers wear armor? Can anyone explain that? Has armor ever once saved a stormtrooper from death? You can just, like, punch him in the head. Apparently. When, by the way, wasn't the whole shtick... Isn't, like, the book universe for Star Wars lore that the armor that stormtroopers were wearing was specifically built to protect against typical projectile weapons, and they're strong enough to withstand everything outside of very special ammunition and or lightsabers themselves? It doesn't kill them, it stuns them. Okay, Batman. Throwing people off of the rooftop. I didn't kill that guy. He just broke every bone in his body. Yikes. I don't want yaks. I can't feed yaks. They are weaker than clone armor. Why would the Empire stop using clone armor after they win? They're like, yeah, well, that was a really good rebellion, everybody. We really showed those political nerds who's boss. The plot now dictates and requires that because we invented clone armor after George Lucas had already made the original 3 movies, in which the main characters typically will punch and bash the stormtroopers in their vital head baby spots, that everybody knows that canonically stormtroopers still have a baby spot, where if you push too hard there, they die. So we have to retcon that for the clones because we're making a new movie and some new lore. To save money. They ran out of components. Empire's cheap, yeah, but still has enough for hundreds of Star Destroyers and multiple Death Stars. Okay. Some distant engine of happiness is stirring, projecting a psychic drone on the site through an orbital amplifier. We survived the flu. It was easier to not even look. I'll be honest, I forgot that the flu was a thing that was hurting us, but you'll be happy to know Artificer Boomy lived. So did everybody. But Turtle John's not satisfied. Still thinking about that time they were imprisoned and will now follow Feistel around and insult them forever. On the upside, our cook is back. And now that things are chill, it's time. Tree connection time. Lonely Swineherd tree connection time. But first, let's move some rocks. Because I don't think the grass will grow under the rocks, which is quite annoying. So we gotta manual move all of them. It might be easier to do this. Just create a dumping stockpile right there. Don't know if this one's preferred, though. Okay, but do more. Are you hauling the yaks in simply to murder them? Because that's what I think you're doing. Anyways, don't even get me started on the Mandalorian. It's too late, you already did. I'm not gonna go off. Suffice it to say that if Baby Yoda didn't exist, that show would not even be remembered. I know that this sucks, just do it for a minute longer. Okay, you can go, Feistel, you stay. Turtle John's ruining us! Turtle John, you just healed! Look how many more wounds you've got! Turtle John flagrantly disrespected Feistel's diet and will never cook again, because Turtle John's the cook. Turtle John is now going back to full-time bed rests. You may never cook again, dude. Okay, Randy, you're not gonna explode all 6 batteries this time, okay? I'm watching you. figure I might watch Mandalorian once all seasons are out, but not before then. There's no, save yourself some time, just don't. I watched both seasons. It was overhyped. Overhyped and not worth it. I don't think anything of value would be lost if I had not seen it, so I don't care either way. Hipster streamer hates normie shows. False. That is false. Basically everything that's here The Mandalorian to me is a bunch of really interesting setups with a bunch of really terrible payoffs. There were at least two. I don't know if there were more than two, but there were at least 2 times where the bad guy in any given episode was just killed Game of Thrones style with a sharp object or gun from their back while monologuing to the other hero. Off-screen sidekick character comes in and just saves the day with no foreshadowing, just at the perfect moment. And so basically what that does is just deflates all tension. Bad guys sucked in the whole movie, the whole TV show. They really wasted the talents of what's his name, Giancarlo, our Far Cry 6 friend. They wasted his talents and made him into like kind of a goof. Etalyx loves young Shellin. Young Shellin. I'm trying to think of a good TV show. I can't give you any hot takes on Squid Game because I haven't seen it. Wow, that is not a take I have heard before. Leave it to Etal. What, to dislike The Mandalorian? Here's the thing. Like, I don't even really think it's a hot take. It is apparently hot because people disagree with it. But conversely, I think it came out at a time where people were so desperate to cling to anything that wasn't Game of Thrones that it really heightened their attachment to the show. And the substance that they thought or expected from it wasn't there. They were just happy to have anything else to watch. I don't think it's gonna hold up to rewatches. I think people were just so disenfranchised, and also take into account everybody has such a passionate hatred online. The online, in particular, hatred of The Last Jedi. And I hate The Last Jedi too. But I also hate the third one. I think going off the coattails of The Last Jedi and Game of Thrones, Mandalorian came out and was like, this is a 5 out of 10. But because I've been stuck with 1 out of 10s for the last few years, it's automatically like a 9 out of 10. The third one felt like being stuck on a roller coaster for 2 hours. Yeah, it kind of did. But like not at Universal Studios. Like stuck, it was like you got stuck on a roller coaster at like the local fair. You got stuck on like a pretzel and hot dog, corn dog, like turkey leg roller coaster. I hated Last Jedi so much I refuse to watch anything Rian Johnson ever makes again. See, I don't go that far. I watched Knives Out, and that was enjoyable. It wasn't a perfect movie, but I did like it. It was enjoyable to watch the characters perform, shall we say. I did like Knives Out. All right, what do we got? Still volcanic winter, no food, no meds. We got meds. We're working on it. Let the people go to sleep. We still got food. 1,600 corn is just in the wrong spot. Stuck on the tilt-a-whirl. I honestly think, you want a hot take? Here's a hot take. I think that if Disney, I don't know who was in charge, whether it was Kathleen Kennedy or whoever else has final say on the Star Wars property, they should have just let either Rian Johnson or J.J. Abrams, from the very beginning, say whichever person they wanted, I don't care, you're going to make all 3 movies. Do you agree? If so, get started writing a 3-arc, 3-act plot. And I think, honestly, that if either of them had taken on that mantle, we would have had a fairly satisfying, or at least more satisfying, conclusion. Because I think they're both capable film directors. I think that they were just fighting. The movies felt personal. When I watched The Last Jedi, I honestly thought that it was spitting in the face of the movie that came before. And when I watched dude, what the hell is the third movie called? That's how bad. Someone said that's how bad it is. He doesn't even remember the name of it. Rise of Skywalker, whatever, was also equally like super spiteful towards The Last Jedi. It just felt like fighting, like slap fighting in the cafeteria. They were just both trying to piss off the person who came before them. For some reason, I don't know. Maybe they had like a bad interaction like behind the scenes or something. He thinks his cold take is hot. No, you guys just missed the sarcasm. It was like, you want a hot take? Well, here it comes. That was maybe I didn't prep you well enough, but anyway. That was supposed to be the level-headed response. If you want to know what we're talking about, it's really funny, actually. Go look up, if you're totally in the dark and you don't know. This is a jam, though. I can't even talk over this. But yeah, go look up, to see how tonally different the movies were. Look up finale scene Star Wars Episode 7. Luke. Or something. And just watch it. Okay? Then look up Star Wars Episode 8, first Luke scene, and watch them back to back. If you just watch them 2 in a row back to back, it's hilarious. This is the only trilogy of movies I've ever seen that are actively worse if you watch them together. They're actually better if you watch them a year apart, because you forgot what the last one was like. Was any of the new trilogy good? I actually, despite the dumb plot of the 7th movie, I actually like the 7th movie. It's fine. It's not great. I thought The Force Awakens was worse than any of the original trilogy, but I would rather watch Force Awakens right now than Attack of the Clones or whatever. Because I think at the very least it was fun to watch. Like the cinematography was overall pretty good. I thought the lightsaber fights were engaging. Like it was a nice like spectacle. The like few times that an X-wing or something was brought in was actually like, whoa, that was crazy. But I also think that the people that are like, it was the same movie, it was the same thing as Star Wars: A New Hope, have totally blanked out, and the same breath will tell you that Return of the Jedi is the best movie, or the second best movie in the Star Wars franchise, which is literally the second Death Star in 3 movies. So like, I don't buy the like, oh, they played it too safe and they were appealing to the fans. It's like, well, they did that in the first series. Dude, they had 2 Death Stars in the first 3 movies. Have you even seen them? Why wouldn't they do a 3rd Death Star at this point? They've already committed. It really wasn't that crazy. What was crazy? Okay, see, there are criticisms of that movie that relate directly to the 3rd Death Star plot, but it's not the fact that a 3rd Death Star exists. The problem was that when they actually detonate it and they blow up an entire solar system of planets, killing hundreds of millions of people potentially, they're all inhabited, nobody blinks an eye, and they just go back to business as usual. Like, well, that was kind of spooky. And they have like a 5-second montage of like political response to it and then never address it again. That's the problem. Not that it exists, but how you treat it after it exists. If they had given it some like severity and some weight and some emotional depth, then I think it would be fine. Because here's the problem. The problem is that realistically, Disney should never have tried to make sequels to the first 6 movies. They should have just gone a different direction and tried to create new characters. We can all agree on that. But since they decided not to, the problem is that how do you raise the stakes? So if I was sitting in the writer's room and everyone was like, okay, so in the past, here's what happened. 1, the future emperor tries to sabotage the entire Senate and destroy the Republic from within. Okay, political sabotage, interesting. Then sequentially after that, rises to the position of emperor and creates an army of people to support his plans to destroy entire planets wholesale with the push of a button and a green laser shooting out. That's crazy. How do we go bigger than a planet getting destroyed while also, like, still feeling like Star Wars? They were like, well, 1 planet's crazy, but what about an entire solar system? So, like, I can see how they got to that point, but really they just needed to reset the stakes back and create new characters and go smaller scale, which was why I do think that Rogue One was probably the best one that's come out recently, because it was just like, went in an established place, smaller stakes, but the stakes were still big and directly relevant to movies that already happened. It was also one and done. That was nice. Just one movie. You got the whole package. Now, that was scary roof collapse. What they need to do, what they should have done, if they had any creativity in their bones, was make a Knights of the Old Republic trilogy. In the Old Republic era, with actual gray Jedi, but Disney will never let that happen. Disney has to have a purely good character who wins against a purely evil character who loses, who is so cartoonishly nefarious that you can't possibly mistake them for what their intentions are. No subtlety whatsoever. Why are you eating out here? Hungry, I guess. By the way, are you guys done with your constant... Nope, still thinking about being insulted for 14 more hours? Oh, ding! Lonely Swineherd's researching, hallelujah. We might actually get... Well, I'm about to take that back. I'm about to ruin your whole career. Because we're gonna do a tree ceremony. And everyone's invited. Ooh, look at the glistening lights on the snow. That looks cool. Ooh, music's cool too. I think we've heard this one before. This is a rustic. The connection quality wasn't great. I still can't believe... Alright, listen, I'm not trying to sound incredulous, developers. I still can't believe the grass doesn't grow. Why doesn't the grass grow? Why does my first connection, when I only have a few people, dictate the permanent, long-lasting amount of grass that is going to exist here instead of the connection strength? If it was just if the grass grew as connection strength built up, sort of like how the anima tree does, it makes so much more sense. But it's always going to be this little bit. It's going to be this teensy tiny little amount instead of all of this. Well, we're going to start powering it up, I guess. And what we really need is Woodmaker. 100%. But if you have more people before you do the ceremony, then it'll come up full. You'll get the full beauty. Change the casts and let these two immature weenie dryads start to morph. What's up, recent subs? Hello, Skivs. I'm very far behind in RimWorld. Anyway, did you know that dolphins sleep with one eye open, and so should you? I actually did know that. But I don't need to sleep with one eye open because I have a guard dog. The G-Man, thanks for 40 months of sub. Welcome back. It's a lot of months. Quantum Spastics here for 15 months. Hello, Quantum. Thanks for the Prime. What up? And Jeff Murr for 16 months as well. Thanks for the subs. Appreciate the stream support. And welcome. How's the colony going? Slowly. We're just hanging out, talking about Star Wars. I had to let go of 2 of my prisoners. We just overcome the flu. And everybody's upset because we executed an innocent prisoner. I had to execute an innocent prisoner. This is a horrible offense against my beliefs. Well, not for long. I'm going to change those beliefs. 7 out of 10 ideological points. I actually didn't know that was going to happen. But you thought it was pretty cool. So... someone was executed. They're happy that they released a prisoner, too. We released a healthy prisoner. It feels good to know we even treat prisoners well, except for that one guy we killed, because they had an infection. We were just putting them out of their misery, that's all. We didn't have the medicine for them, so we just wanted to make it quick. If anything, we did them a service. They were guilty at one point. Okay. So, enough about stinky Star Wars. That's not true. They're remaking KOTOR. They're doing the KOTOR remake. I gotta check that out. Even if it's just on my own, I gotta look at that. It's my childhood. Now just make it into a movie, you cowards. You know what, I'm honestly surprised there hasn't been a movie adaptation of Mass Effect. I'm kind of shocked that no one's tried that yet. I think it could work. Depending on who was in charge of it. Which shepherd would it be? It would be 2 shepherds. They would be twins. I'm in the writer's room right now. They would be twins. And of course, they both went into the exact same line of work. That's the plot of Andromeda? Shit, is that how they... I don't know, I haven't played Andromeda. Did I just make like a half-baked joke about something that actually happened in the BioWare writer's room? Okay, well, I didn't play Andromeda. So I don't know. Hot colonists in your area. Okay, well, that just stole my thunder, but, you know, it kind of makes sense. Then you could have both shepherds working together for something. I don't know. Feistel charmed Artificer Boomy by describing her as a lovely star. Artificer Boomy responded well and is now Feistel's lover. Who insulted you? You guys are gonna want a bed. Uh-oh. Bed. We don't have beds. We could make a double bed roll. That'd be easier right now. 85 cloth. It's kind of gross in there. All right, I'm gonna let you guys keep working until you tell me that I need to tell you to do something else. And we'll just watch and chat. But the reason I think that Mass Effect could actually work is because I think there's enough interesting characters, and I think that the first game is probably the easiest to adapt. Like, it doesn't seem that crazy that somebody with a gun and some basically psychic powers. You got cool action scenes already baked into the just core identity of the property. You've got weird aliens. You've got a really interesting initial game story with the Citadel. I think the first game's plot was pretty solid, actually. And the reveal at the end, while I think it's been done in other sci-fi media, was still at the time, at least, and may still be, like, pretty compelling by itself. Golgrin has broken inside and become obsessed with corpses. She's gonna dig up a corpse and present it for all to see. You could probably make the first Mass Effect game into like 2 movies. You could do it, and it would be good enough. There's definitely some fat that could be cut from many of the side stuff you do. Golgrin, you're supposed to be a rock. You're supposed to be our best friend. Have I seen Dune? No. No, don't remind me. I haven't seen it. I did watch 2049 though. Which is somewhat close. It's okay, the second one is confirmed. They'll probably just show the first one again right before the second one comes out. Why is this off? I just did this, apparently. Why is this turned to off? We got full wind power right now. And we can't save any of it. I must have just done that. But yeah, I'm just kind of letting them catch up on all the jobs that I've already given them. Plus, we're getting some research on solar panels in. We got some tree pruning to do. We got some planting. Like, we're just trying to stabilize. I watched a video that proposed Mass Effect could be the next Game of Thrones that has similar story elements. Like if they did it like The Expanse. I could see it being a serial or episodic. I think it would be better than, I think if they handled it tonally similar to The Mandalorian, where Shepard is just like tough guy or gal, kind of, sort of no nonsense. Maybe like a, not quite a renegade run, but definitely not goody two-shoes. I think Shepard's way more interesting when not going full Paragon. Why are you guys just eating rice? Turtle John, get up. Turtle John, stop resting in bed. Everyone, no more sleeping. You cook. Go cook. Everyone's just pissing themselves off. Mmm, crunchy. Mmm, crunchy. Pop culture has rapidly become incomprehensible to me, says the person watching a Twitch stream.
Do you like pop culture, Miss Turner? You're in one.
Oh, twins. One of them's Renegade and one of them's Paragon. That would be awful. That would be terrible. There's a reason. Okay, so seriously, a lot of shows honestly should try and copy what made Game of Thrones so successful. They really should. Because we're gonna do a little experiment, chat. Just in your own mind, I'm gonna say, I'm gonna ask you a question and you type the answer in chat and post it as fast as you can, okay? You ready? Who is the first character that comes to your mind from Game of Thrones? Go. Geralt. Geralt. Okay. So, got a lot of people that said Ned. Got some Cersei, got some Daenerys. Got some Jaime, Tyrion. Uh-huh. Guess what? Nobody said, you got some Jon, right? But the trick is, nobody said Bran Stark. And the reason is because everybody likes characters that have to make very difficult, tough decisions, and they don't always make the right decision, right? All the characters you mentioned don't have an easy time of it. Like, for example, what's another character who basically never made a tough decision in the entire show? I don't really think that the characters from Dorne ever made a tough decision. They were just playing a straight and narrow role. I don't think any of the characters from Highgarden ever made like none of these other side characters ever did anything remotely close to those characters that you're talking about. Only like 2 people originally said Hodor in the first question. Now you guys are just saying because it's fun to say. Okay. But nobody originally said the first character I think of in all of Game of Thrones is Hodor. My point is that I feel like a lot of these major companies are too afraid to actually copy what made the show successful and the books successful. Because if they weren't afraid, what they think made it successful was like gratuitous violence and sex. But actually, it was characters who are possibly in a vacuum unlikable or did things that are disagreeable, but that are likable and agreeable because their reasons for doing it were internally consistent. Up until, well, some of the characters that ceased, obviously after season 5 and 6, but up until then anyway. Kind of sounds like Breaking Bad. The shows are nothing alike, but the motivations are similar in that way. Characters doing questionable things for reasons that make sense to them, at least. I'm glad we finally built that. And why am I bringing this up? Because I honestly think that could work in a Mass Effect universe. I really think a Mass Effect show could work. As long as they made the character make interesting, questionable decisions. Because I think the best runs in Mass Effect were not everybody lives. Wow, I saved the whole team and I saved all my favorite characters, cool. You might think that way because you just like to YouTube the good ending for whatever game you played and watch that and then feel happy about it.
Detroit, become human, says hello.
Chat plays Detroit Become Human perfectly and no one dies. A short story. I didn't actually mean to do that. But that's why The Expanse works so well. The Expanse does a really great job. Characters making questionable decisions based on the information that they have at the time. And sometimes being borderline unlikable because of it. They did a really good job with that. Any interest in the upcoming Wheel of Time show? I'll check it out. I am mildly cautiously interested in the Lord of the Rings show too. I am mildly cautious. Listen, I will guaranteed watch at least the first 2 episodes of the Lord of the Rings show, the Game of Thrones knockoff, and the Wheel of Time show. Holy shit, that's a bad take. What, that I'm gonna watch the first 2 episodes of those shows? I'm loving the Expanse books. Yeah, I should read the books. That's a good idea, Avik. Imagine watching TV. Turtle John, you're doing fine. Keep it. Is that all we got is this poor quality revolver? All right, just keep going then. Randy's gonna blow up all of our power. And I'm not gonna let that happen. Hey, we got this on. Slowly, all these things we queued up are happening in the background. So I really like these parts of RimWorld where we can just, like, let the things that are queued up happen, wait for Randy to make his next move, try and catch up. We had 1,001 things to do. No shortage. Let's also make a crafting spot, because we have smoke leaf. Someone can craft this. Why not? I mean, we still, once these wood cocoons hatch, that's where we're actually gonna start be able to make some furniture. Okay, I know you hate the bodies. There are actually graves now. You can do something with them. Instead of just, oh, jade, leaving them up here. I want to get into watching The Expanse, but I feel like it'll just let me down eventually. Wow. There's some emotional trauma there. Like, The Expanse is actually kind of difficult to get into. It did not hook me in the first episode. I actually thought it looked bad because it was a sci-fi original and it looked like a sci-fi original. So I was just like, I watched it like 2 years before I actually binged the whole show. I was like, this kind of sucks. Then season 3 was coming out and I was like, I'll see what all the fuss is about, because it's kind of interesting that Amazon is like picking up the show and renewing it and gonna do it themselves. It's kind of neat. And then I tried again, and I forced myself through the first 2 or 3 episodes, and then I think 3-ish episodes in, 3 to 4 episodes, I was like, damn, this is crazy. This is good. Like, oh my god, I can't believe what the main characters did. They just made a really insane decision. What's gonna happen to them? And then it never, there's one season that's kind of worse, but it was still enjoyable to watch. Also, this is not your bed, Golgrin. This is Artificer and Feistel's bed. Wait, are you guys religiously not allowed to share a bed together? Okay, so this was unnecessary. Well, there you go. Seeing some interesting takes in chat. I thought the first season was a bit weak and slow. I don't think it was slow. I think people have adapted to calling TV shows that actually have a plot slow. And are used to, dare I throw the Mandalorian back into the field of play. where like shit has to be electric and you know like in TV shows and movies where they do they're afraid the audience is gonna think their thing is slow, so they do a 15-minute long action sequence and then they do the title card and then they go 2 weeks earlier. And then you actually get the lore. I like that The Expanse is just like, yeah, you know what? There's this plot. This plot exists because, holy shit, we are going to do some insane things with it. And you need to know this in order to understand what the insane things coming down the pipe are. As opposed to, like, instantaneous just explosions and fireworks. Which the first 3 episodes of Mandalorian are. It's just non-stop fireworks for 3 straight episodes in Mandalorian. I feel like if Game of Thrones came out this year, like season 1, and we just had to watch it 1 episode a week, people would be like, this shit's slow, dude. Yo, what they done so far? Oh, they like marched to Winterfell. Cool. Oh, they sat down on the field and like talked about that one time that he killed a bunch of people on an open field. Wow. There's been what, like 1 fight scene, and what even happened? Like, Jamie didn't even really fight Ned in the street. They just kind of pretended like they were gonna fight. Shit's lame, dude. There's really not a lot going on in season 1, except for people talking. They just talk. They stand around and talk, and they chat, and they maneuver, and they connive. And they have sex. A lot of booties in Game of Thrones episode 1. Oh, we're making some smoke leaf. Should we actually be eating it all right now? I don't know. Okay, now that you're done with this, here's what I want the builders to do. You have the impossible task of smoothing. Almost all of this wall. For fun. Good luck. We're still researching solar panels. It's taken years. Oh, doing some much needed repairs in here, though. Which we clearly desperately need. The books are so much better. Wait, are you talking about Game of Thrones or The Expanse? Because I feel like there's people that say that about The Expanse. Nah, the show was great. It had the potential to define a generation. Instead, now I get to be the guy. I get to be contrarian and say, you know what is an actual more complete package of a show than Game of Thrones? Lost, baby. Lost! I guarantee you that Lost stands the test of time better than Game of Thrones will. Mark my words. In fact, just to toot my own horn, I watched a video on this recently. How Lost is just better than everybody thinks it is. Let me see if I can find it. I'll link it in chat if you just feel like listening to... You can just pretend that that's me talking to you, because I agree with everything that person says. Let me find it. He was just speaking into my ear. God, I don't know. It was from like a few weeks ago. It's like a recent video. Chat, help me Google this. I'm not watching Lost, and you can't make me. Too bad. You're lost. I don't know. We got one suggestion in chat. First step, go to google.com. Alex, I rewatched Lost a few months ago. It was great. I know. You know why? Because it has an emotional conclusion. I can't find it. Oh. We got an actual person in chat. It is Drew Gooden. I need to subscribe to Drew Gooden right now. Because apparently I was not subscribed. Was Lost even a good show? I guess I should warn big spoilers in this video. Theoretically. But if you haven't seen it by now and you need someone to convince you to see it, I think even if you know, like, a couple spoilers, it's not a big deal. It mostly stays away from spoilers. There's just a couple. But there it is. Anyways, good call, chat. It was Drew Gooden. Actual really entertaining videos, too. I never even heard of them until, like, 2 days ago. Now I'm glad that I found them. I doubt it holds up. Yeah, but you don't know. Have you even seen it? Do we have people saying, I doubt Lost holds up who've never seen the show? Interesting. Yeah, I watched it. Then why did you say, was it good? Do you not know? Do you not have an opinion? By the way, this is also a reminder that the people who wrote Lost's characters, which I would posit at this stage, I think that the characters on Lost are now better and had better outcomes from a writing perspective than the characters on Game of Thrones, who were just actually trashed. Thrown into a recycling bin for no reason whatsoever, and had their entire seasons-long arcs undone. Actually got emotional and resonating conclusions to their characters without getting flanderized. Because if I have to hear Tyrion make one more dick joke, I'm gonna lose it. You know what I'm saying? If I have to hear even one more, I'm throwing all my DVDs in the gutter. I think I have Blu-ray, probably. But yeah, I should rewatch Lost. What? Oh. Tantrum. I actually do have Lost seasons 1 through 7 on DVD. Like, not Blu-ray, just DVD. I remember that was one of the first shows I ever binged. True story, I found Lost in a truck stop. My dad had gotten a portable DVD player, which was, at the time, incredibly rare and quite luxurious. The screen, a whopping, like, 7 to 8 inch screen, where you could flip up the DVD, pre everyone having laptops and cell phones. Also, this is one of the most destructive tantrums I have ever seen in RimWorld. It's holy shit, it's negative 60 Fahrenheit. All right, it's everyone, you're dying. Everyone, you're actually dying unless someone wakes up and repairs the power that was just broken in the tantrum. Actually, we're gonna make a redundant power line going this way. I just noticed how cold it was. It's the first of winter. Heater, now! Did you actually build it? No. Does that give us power? I don't know, I can't. Well, it gives some of you power, I think. Not all of you. Build it. Thank you. Heaters are back. Go back to sleep. Cease your unnecessary dying. What's the temperature in here? Why is it still 20 degrees? I guess negative 60 is kind of harsh. I don't have enough components for this many heaters. They're gonna need a heater in every bedroom at this rate. I mean, think about how much work this heater is putting in, keeping the temperature at 40 to 60 degrees. Why is it bouncing so heavily? But with negative 60 knocking down the door, I think they're lucky to even be at 50 right now. We can actually refuel this, and that would be fine. Get the campfire going. That'll help. Campfires are actually pretty powerful in this game. Knowing how Lost ends undermines the whole series. That's actually one of the interesting things that the video covers in depth, is that a significant portion of people have a gross misunderstanding of how Lost ended. That's the best part. There's still a widespread misconception, even to this day, that Lost ended in a way other than it did. And I've had this exact conversation probably 10 times on this stream. There were a significant number of people who just weren't paying attention. What video is this again? Here, I'll post it in chat. It's a prequel to Westworld. It's like The Sopranos in that even if you haven't seen it, you probably remember people complaining about how it ended. I do! And I've never seen The Sopranos. And I distinctly remember watching the ending of The Sopranos in a clip to see what everyone was complaining about. Had to explain the ending to several people at work. If you have to explain it, it has less impact on them. Well, again, as the video states, Lost is a significantly better show now than it was when it came out, because you can binge it. The reason so many people were so confused is because the only way to watch it was an as of yet unparalleled viewing experience. I'm not being funny or unnecessarily like extravagant here. Having primetime like ABC shows that were serialized super dramas was a new direction for television in the early 2000s. Just on regular ass TV. And having to watch it one episode a week, where you only get to watch one episode from one season and then there's a hiatus or a break, contributed to a lot of the misconceptions about the show. Whereas now, if you can just binge entire seasons back to back, You can remember a lot of the tiny, seemingly insignificant details that are required to enjoy without having to explain. So it does make a difference. But yeah, I got it in a truck stop. They had the full season 1 and season 2 DVD cases in the truck stop. And we were on like the middle of a long trip and I was bored. So I was like, hey, can I buy this? I need something to watch. It was like $30 or something, I don't know. And I was able to buy it and I just watched it in the back of the car on some family road trip. I also watched it on my first portable DVD player. That was my first encounter with binging any TV show. That and Battlestar Galactica. We're on like a greatest hits right now. Lost and Battlestar Galactica were the first 2 TV shows I could ever binge. I think I picked some good ones. We gonna kill the elk. In the dark, I guess. It's getting real dark. Battlestar, I'm actually not certain if I ever saw the final season. I wouldn't mind just watching it again. Because I remember they released it in some very strange chunks. It was like season 2.5, which was weird, on DVD. Because I could only watch it on DVD. Season 2.5, season 3. And there was a 4th season? I think I saw through... There was also a movie. You had to watch the Pegasus movie separately. They did like a sci-fi original movie or something. Very strange. However, the side plots with Pegasus were very interesting, I thought. As a whole, it was all over the place. It was, but I still liked it. I still enjoyed it. Was there ever a season of a show that made you want to stop watching the whole series entirely? I know the meme is Game of Thrones, but Game of Thrones season 7 came and went. And that was when I knew it was dead. I don't think a lot of people still remember what happened in between season 7 and 8, because there was a lot of bargaining. There was a lot of pleading. There was a lot of, come on guys, just have patience. It's another season. That like year or two, because it was delayed, I think, if I remember correctly. There was so much hopium in the air. But besides that, a season of a TV show that made you want to stop watching the whole series. I'm trying to think of what's multi-season shows I've watched that have come out. Chat, you guys got, what are some, I don't remember. There's not that many that quality drop-offs, like a huge cliff. Anime, yes. But live action, not usually. Dexter had one season that made me stop watching. Me too, it was season 1. Westworld! How can I forget Westworld? Absolutely. Westworld season 2, I did just that. Season 1 is fantastic and should be watched exclusively and then put down and never watched again. Actual fantastic TV show. I watched season 2 and my body hurt. My brain hurt. Trying to put the pieces together in a way that Westworld season 2 is like a puzzle if the puzzle creator was so afraid that you might figure out what the puzzle was supposed to look like when it was completed that they took separate pieces from 6 different puzzles and put them in the same box just to confuse you. And you get to the end of the puzzle and you're like, wait a second, these don't go together at all. None of this fits together, actually. And they go, haha, well, we fooled you, didn't we? It's like, yeah, but I wasn't doing this puzzle. I knew what the puzzle was going to look like at the end. That's the fun of it, me putting the pieces together. But you just didn't like that I was putting the pieces together so successfully, so you changed the shapes of the puzzle pieces. Even Simcopter, I'm glad that we share this opinion on Westworld. This is a great show for one whole season. I have my suspicions about Westworld. I was doing some like internet sleuthing when season 2 came out because I was so disenfranchised by it and so put off by how much hype I had put behind the first season. So my theory is that Jonathan Nolan was the showrunner with who else was the showrunner? Jonathan Nolan and Lisa Joy were the 2 showrunners. My theory is that Jay Nolan was getting some like pro tips from Big Bro, Chris Nolan, for season 1, and then Big Bro was busy with other things for season 2. And then the 2 show writers were just like feeling it out as they went. That's my theory. Walking Dead is also a good example of seasons that were so bad you ultimately had to stop watching it. I think you'll like the video I sent you. I will absolutely watch it after my stream. I have not seen this video. It's a Nerd Writer video, but I haven't seen it. I've seen a few Nerd Writer videos. I'll check it out. It's been a while since I've been able to catch a stream. I've forgotten how good Etalyx is making analogies. You give me too much credit. Me making analogies is like... I'm just kidding. That was a joke. Well, this is taking too long. I know that smoothing is supposed to take a long time, but it's good though, because you can run power cable through this. This is going to be our bunker, believe it or not. Like, not bunker, this is going to be our, barrack. That's the word. Will I get purged for linking? Yes. Mods, when you see Simcopter put a link in chat, strike him down immediately. It's probably just a link to his own Twitch channel. Comes into my stream and advertises. Unbelievable, this guy. Who does this streamer think he is? Goldgreen is wandering around in a psychotic state. Due to poor mood. Observed a corpse. I am shocked that there is still a corpse. But I will get rid of it. There's a couple, actually. Well. Yes, you can post the link. And I guess you can follow Sim's channel link in chat as well. If you click the button before chat pog-champs the screen too high. You might want to hold the link, actually, until after the song, because chat is, well, they're frenzied. They get this look in their eye, and you just can't slow them down. Solar flare with negative 40-degree weather. Okay, emergency fireplaces are coming online. Wait, Golgrin, you can't do that. These two little vents are probably not good enough. We're only 8 hours away from Woodmaker Dryads, so I think it's safe to build a campfire in here. Uh-oh. Well, goodbye, heal root. We were 60. Dude, this is how Randy kills us. We haven't double wall insulated this. Randy's about to delete all heal root again. Nothing I can do. The only thing I could do is build a campfire in here, but it's not that easy. Woo, there goes the corn. I wonder if we can get there in time. It's -7. Oh, the rice is gone. Come on, Boomy! Two fires are better than one. 3 fires. Are we out of wood? Uh-oh, we're out of wood. I think. No, we got wood. 3. All right, if 3 fires can't do it, I don't know. God, it's so cold in there. We did it! Heaters are back on. We saved the heal root. Chat, you did it. Maybe overdid it. We'll see. I'm alive! Good job. Now you clap for yourselves. It's typically how it goes. Good job. Now, digital paving. Let's use some more floors mod. Diamond paving's too many blocks. So this is kind of, more floors mod is kind of cheating now. I'm not sure why they did this exactly. I liked it better before. But they made some new types of stone. that are cheaper resource-wise but take longer to make or something. I'm just gonna use them because they're fun. It's fun to have variety. Okay, so I'm gonna do some digital pave around the outside. And then back there. Okay, digital paving, we might actually just go in... let's not do more. Alright. Mosaic, we'll do marble mosaic at the corners. And then there. And then I like... Stagger tiles look nice. Are we doing marble all the way through this one? I think we're doing marble all the way. Sandstone we're kind of using for the actual walls. Chat had an unforgettable Yayo ceremony. Everyone gets plus 10 mood. The solar flare is over. Anyways, now if you would like to post a link in chat, it's probably a good time. If your name is Simcopter1 and you have a relevance to the previous discussion, Westworld, link to share. Also, welcome Nessiman pumping it in chat for 7 months. Thanks for the sub like 30 minutes ago. Glad you're here. And thanks for supporting the stream. Okay, we need to mine. Pretty much just around this. That'll give him plenty of jobs, and this will take him a while to pave. This is going to be a really nice room when it's done, and be the first kind of permanent fixture that we've got so far besides the greenhouses themselves. But yes, good job with the IAO chat. Well done. Not great job with our lack of power. All heaters are running at full speed. We are actually this close to solar panels, but we still don't have the components really to support them. And it's still volcanic winter anyway. For like 30 days. 2 months. Feistel told Artificer Boomy that he wants to spend his life with her. Artificer Boomy agreed and the two are now engaged. The subtext is that the two were not allowed to spend time alone together per their religion and have thus accelerated their relationship and therefore their marriage in order to get to what was ultimately forbidden to them by the things that they believed in. That's the true facts right there. Anyways, they're going to get married, and then we can actually use the double bed that we had. Because we couldn't use it before. You guys toasty in here? Too toasty, it's 80 degrees. Yeah, it's a bit hot in there, huh? For just a campfire. We haven't had a quest option in a while, have we? Tatiana's infestation, a 48-year-old warrior named Tatiana is calling from nearby. She says she poisoned an underground insect colony, but is now soaked in insect pheromones, and the bugs are hunting her. She begs for safety and offers to join you at Tuxedo Town. If you accept, an infestation of 2 hives will begin in 4 days. She's too frantic to offer more info. 2 hives. That doesn't sound that bad, right? Is it that bad? That doesn't sound that bad. And they're a warrior, per their own words. Should be fine. We already know where they're gonna appear. In fact, here's a good idea. Don't accept. I'm like 90% confident this is exactly where they're gonna show up. And all we have to do is unplug the electrics so that the bugs don't destroy them. Save ourselves some components in the process. Hang on. We could actually do the meme strats. Well, they might spawn in here, but it's still negative 54 outside. I feel like they're gonna choose a better temperature spawn point. Because I don't think, are bugs immune to negative 54 Fahrenheit? Oh well. I'm curious how this will work. Thank you for uninstalling those. How long do I have for this? 3 hours. It's not very long. It's midnight. We'll give them a little bit longer to sleep. I also need to take a gamer death break. I can hear Midas whining in the background. We should be very close to actually affecting change in our ideology. So we have 7 out of 10 points needed to reform. The way that you get points to reform the fluid ideology is usually by performing rituals. And interestingly, I'm not sure if performing other ideologies' rituals contributes toward that. Chat may know. But also converting people to your own ideology works. Why do we still have Lingonberry here? Lingonberry still can't move. Why are we nursing you? We're nursing you back to health, Lingonberry. I guess I'll let you go at the end. You have hearing loss, frail, bad back, and you're trying to recover from wake-up addiction, which has incapacitated you. All right. Tatiana is in. But yes, once we do 3 more points, we'll be able to do our first reformation to add to what is initially a quite simple loyalist meme, with just a few things tweaked on our rules. Hello, Tatiana. Please, show me I was justified in taking on this risk and burden. Super immune body modder, who is jealous. They are a warrior, 11 melee, not so keen on your other passions, but you are a fighter, so it's gotta count for something. I'm really leaning with the fact that we have Golgrin super melee, Feistel super melee and shooter, and now Tatiana super melee. I'm really thinking about maybe reforming to have a melee specialist in our ideology. It's tempting. I haven't tried that before. This would be new gameplay. Let's go ahead and get you a spear. I wonder if the bugs will get here before you get to the colony. So, time will tell shortly what's going to happen. Gotta start hauling this corn into the freezer. We got a bunch of fine meals. Not much else. Bugs, mod check. Also, we need to name Tatiana, who is a new colonist. So, why don't we do that? The keyword to get in, plus I need 100,000 channel points from the chat. If not you, then generously donated. The keyword is going to be goggle. Not Google, goggle. Now when everyone's typing goggle in chat, in your mind, you're reading Google. But there's the O's missing, it's goggle. Okay. Would it be possible, legally speaking, for a company to actually make a goggle search engine that competes with Google? Or can the case be made that it's too close, it infringes on copyright? I don't know. We need to make some more spike traps as well throughout key areas of the base. Okay, this song's good, but you know what's better? Silence is golden. All right, I can't leave the game on pause because ostensibly there's bugs coming. So I need to BRB, take Midas outside and grab a snack. Some Halloween candy. You want any? We already did the tier list at the beginning of stream. Maybe I'll get a Kit Kat. Late LJ goggling in chat for 9 months. Thank you, Late LJ, for the BRB sub. We'll be back and then we'll fight bugs. Thanks for hanging out with me tonight. We'll chat some more when I get back. See you in like 6 minutes. BRB. Okay. Who is it? Who is it? It is Fly Speck. I hope your fight against the bugs goes well. Your title is Warrior. Flyspeck was responsible for keeping the tribe's fire going. She took this responsibility very seriously. Plus cooking and crafting. Flyspeck was a fearsome warrior. Proficient with many weapons, she participated in many battles. Shooting and melee up. Supermune's nice. Cooking is fine. You could use another cook. Mostly the melee. Or if we get a better gun, but we'll do melee. Self-paid 100,000. Rich chat is online. Okay. All self-paid. You're in. Supermune body modder jealous is gonna be a problem, but it's fine. Okay. So you've equipped. We got Spear chat is online. Golgrin is ravenously hungry and should just eat. If you snap whilst on the way to food, I will be very upset with you. Because that's a fine meal. Which you're lucky to have, by the way. Where's the bugs? Mod check. 4 days! Oh. I didn't read the fine print. I guess we don't have to worry about it for a minute? Shall we get this problem called we can't advance our ideology because we don't have a third person who believes in it? Unless we arrest someone and forcibly convert them. I don't think it's possible. And I really think maybe this should be looked at. The problem is that you need 3 believers for a moral guide, but you don't need 3 believers for a leader. And the problem arises in that the moral guide is the role that actively converts other people via abilities. So in my opinion, you should probably be able to have a moral guide with only 1 believer. Therefore, you could always convert others without having to arrest them. And then have the leader, you guys don't need a leader because you don't have 3 people yet. Does that make sense? Like, who you gonna give a speech to when you're by yourself? Well, okay, other people can listen to the speech even if they don't believe the same as you. I would probably just say that instead of swapping them, just neither of them have a person requirement. You can just be whichever one you want. I don't think the 3-person requirement enhances anything. Trying to make it easier for the bugs to win, I see. Flyspeck comes in out of nowhere, slanders Turtle John's cooking skill, drives Turtle John into a rage, and then knocks Turtle John on her ass. Again, Turtle John has been out of commission in this video, in this stream, for the overwhelming majority of the day. But yeah, I think just removing that 3-person limitation, because if anything, the leader has more powerful options, but the moral guide, I just need those converts. Is there any other way to convert other colonists to your ideology without arresting them? If you can't have a moral guide. Because I think I'm just stuck waiting until... Because I had to give up 2 of my prisoners. We're not recruiting Lingonberry. And I don't want to have to be pigeonholed into an arrest convert mentality for everybody. It's fun for certain colony types, but it's not fun to do exclusively. Because it just becomes a chore. Becomes repetitious. Solar panel research is done. Still volcanic winters. They're not going to be as good. But still. Let's flip those around while the wind power is maxed. Okay, so if we were going to build solar panels, and we are, even if they're 3 components apiece. Are we going to do it like this? Or are we going to cram them in here? I don't think there's a good way to do this. Or rather, an organized way. I take that back. Alright, that's pretty organized. So, let's just do 2 middle ones. Lonely Swineherd is both about to snap. Used drug. I did not make you do that. You're the one that had a moment of weakness and smoked some smoke leaf. I did not force you to for your own enjoyment. Now you're thinking about it. All right, you're banned. Swineherd, you're banned. No drugs. Anybody else? -9 diverse thoughts, intense, caused by belief in true deep Lutheranism, intense bigotry, led by the Pinguini. Wearing a flop hat, though, that's good. That's +1. You guys are gonna be difficult to keep happy. Oh, we don't have any more research. That's the holdup. Okay. Good job. Good job. Getting our first research, like a 1.5 years later. Well done, everyone. Let's go from there, probably to smithing. We need some actual weapons that aren't spears. Now you've got something to do. Don't complain to me anymore. Flyspec needs warm clothes. You got a parka. That's all we can do for you. It's -60 out there sometimes, okay? You've got the best we can offer. Hunter lacks ranged weapon. That's right. You don't have a schedule yet, Flyspec. But you will. Certainly not wardening. You can help animals. Never craft. And then, I guess clean first, since that seems to be an issue. You can start training cooking. Your skill sucks. But, you know, you gotta start somewhere. What if we just make it so that fine meals are only ever done by Turtle John, and then simple meals are done by whatever. We'll turn automatic refuel of that off. In some good news, our Woodmaker Dryads are up and at 'em. First 2. So we're gonna start pruning this tree more now. Try to get a 3rd, and we got our first wood harvest from them as well. The next one's in 16 hours. Awesome. It's gonna be a huge help for keeping these fires going. Hello, Cryocrats. Back for 10 months a sub. Says, I like how streamer waits till I get back and sit down with food before starting the BRB. Yeah, I want you to stare at the BRB while you eat your food. I want you to think about it. About how much other time you've wasted. Flyspec doesn't have a bed. Can we just kill Lingonberry? Please? This could be your bedroom. It really could be. Alright, well, at least you have a bed. Turtle John's still trying to cook! After getting beat up last time by Fly Speck, who's in the room still with them. Unbelievable. We got 3 days until the hives. 3 days till the hives. Look, Turtle John's even gonna try and help you, which is a huge mistake. Go do something else. We're trying to help baby Fly Speck. You know, it sure would be nice if all of our colonists were in top health when the bugs showed up, huh? That would be cool. That might give us a better chance to defeat them. This is going in. It looks awful. It's the random pave. It's the staggered stones. It looks terrible. Ooh, it's bad. And if you think he's not gonna undo it just because it looks, yes, I am. You better believe it. We'll start there, but I think we need to change even more. Like, it looks really bad. Maybe just some regular... I don't know. Maybe just some regular marble before we get to the random paving. We might have to redo this a couple times. It doesn't even seem to match with itself. Oh no, that's the mosaic. I don't know. This room is going to be interesting. You might do it a few times. Good job. Wow. Good job, Woodmakers. Turtle John's pissed. Understandable. Fly Speck's pissed. They're both just unhappy. I guess I would be too. Stop feeding Lingonberry fine meals. Fly Speck, so far you're the worst colonist. I just want to make that abundantly clear that I am having regrets and second thoughts about accepting you, given the nature of how quickly you have decided to abandon the things that we need. And is now going to binge on Smokeleaf. I see what you actually want. Your true deep Lutheranism, high life tunneler proselytizer. I see why you're really here. Smoke all of our drugs. How many do we even have? We have 37 Smokeleaf joints. So the bugs are for sure going to spawn in here. Maybe we can at least make it look nice before then. I think I'm just going to end up replacing all of this staggered stone. We'll see. Cross that bridge when we get there. For now, let's just focus on, I guess, building. We only have 5 colonists, and of those 2 are threatening to stop working for us, basically. Turn that up a little. We're on 2x, but it feels like 1x because of how slow snow is. And we take this diagonal path instead of walking down the main line. Which is not surprising. But is unfortunate. I don't remember where the real road... There's a road in here somewhere. I don't remember where it is. We'll see, I guess. Once the snow melts. And aristocrats! In danger. What was that? Nestorius de Lassos, yeoman of the Exodus Empire, is fleeing a troubling political situation and would like to hide out of Tuxedo Town for 24 days. De Lasso's enemies have hired the Anarchy Gang to hunt him. There will be a raid roughly this size. 1 boss, 4 elite mercenaries, 2 heavy mercenaries, 2 mercenary gunners, 1 mercenary sniper, 2 pirate gunners, 1 scavenger gunner, and 1 scavenger thrasher. You must keep his mood above 35%. 3 champions will be placed under your control. You must feed and house them, but they may die without consequence. All for 63 hyperweave. That could make you a very nice toque. Or 5 honor. That doesn't seem like a good trade-off. Does this look better or worse? I can't tell. Oh well. Did we finally clean up the bodies? Nope. Okay. Do we need more? The bugs are just gonna eat us, aren't they? Lonely Swineherd is wandering around in a psychotic state due to diverse thoughts. Too many ideologies in this colony. And they're not happy about it. Yeah, not only does the reward suck, but we can't really afford to fight anybody right now anyways. We gotta prepare. We got 2 days. Okay, Flyspec is both fully healed and feeling some catharsis, which will take us through 3 days. Turtle John's the next person I'm worried about. In intense pain, understandable, insulted, awful bedroom. Desires a look change. Oh, that's kind of difficult. Where is the style station? 80 wood and 30 steel. I'll make it out of wood. At this point, wood is a renewable resource for us. It'll be even more so once we get 4 wood makers in time. But yeah, I like the little paths. The paths really add a lot to the look of the colony, especially carved out of the snow. I have a statistics midterm tomorrow, but taking some downtown to check in on the colony is very worthwhile. I mean, I got plenty of statistics if you want them. 16 hours on losing is fun. 2 colonists are dead. Our wealth is at 50,000. That's too high. It's actually too high. We do need more spike traps. That is not a question. This is the easiest way into the base right now. But at least we have some time. And honestly, I don't hate fighting them in these long corridors. But at the same time, it wouldn't hurt if you already know where you want the wall to be. Then build it. Forehead. Then just build it. Okay. Back to work. Wasting no time. Hey, we're actually cleaning. FlySpec is doing something besides freaking out and helping and contributing to the colony. Isn't that nice? Two things. Number one, you only have a skill of 5, Golgrin. So you're fired from growing. You have a 3, you're fired. 6 is okay, but Lonely Swineherd, oh god. Well, let's just say we'll wait. It's better to have someone with higher talent harvest the heal root and not botch so many. They're not going anywhere. They're here. But yeah, then to regrow them from scratch. But my main planter is currently down. Looks like they're going to take a nap. This is an old song. I don't hear this one too often, I don't feel like. Been around the block for ages. So, chat, what else, video game-wise, should we do this week? Are there any new releases coming out, like, this week I should be aware of? I'm looking at Steam right now. There might be a couple. There's a couple nifty looking games here. There's a couple nifty looking games here. I thought about doing Age of Empires, but then I ended up not doing it because I thought it'd be hard to stream a real-time strategy game in an entertaining way. We haven't done Witch Hunt yet. I was just thinking of new games. Talking about new releases, not oldies. Oh yeah, Animal Crossing's updates on Friday. That's true. But I won't be streaming it. When's the Hearts of Iron DLC coming out? That is next month? Or no, this month. It's it's November. That's later this month, I think. Dude, how is it November? I know yesterday was Halloween and all, but it feels weird that Thanksgiving is coming up next. I'm not ready for 2022. However, I am ready for Vegas winter. I love Vegas winter. The wind gets insane. Biting cold for a few days. Maybe a snow if we're lucky. The year flew by insanely faster than any other year of my life. I hope we'll have some overall better games next year. Okay, like, listen. Inscription was great. Returnal was great. There's a couple other honorable mentions, but overall, by and large, I think it was a very forgettable year. I mean, the Ideology DLC is good. I'm talking about new game releases, though. Brand spanking new. Deathloop was pretty good. I only played it once, though. I felt bad about that. I still feel guilty. Did we ever dig those graves? No. I didn't think this year was that... I mean, I understand why it wasn't that impressive, because people we're still recovering from COVID delays. Valheim was this year? Yeah, it was good. I just don't think I'm going to be looking back on this year in 10 years and be like, whoa, 2021 was crazy. It's going to be like, yeah, there was like 4 good games. That is not the bug hive I was anticipating. A mechanoid combat cluster is landing nearby. It will be initially dormant, so you can take time to decide how to attack it. It may remain dormant until disturbed. Or have some timers. Randy is awake, and Randy's got an auto mortar. Randy has an auto mortar that activates in 10 days. Actually, no, it activates in 5 hours. Oh. 4 mini slugger turrets, a scyther, a pikeman, and an auto charge turret. 5 hours. And we have mostly melee. So, how do you cope with that? It's a pretty chunky raid when considering our gun tech level. We saw what happens if you try to melee these guys, right? We have seen what happens. What the hell? Dude, the Scyther... I don't know what's gonna happen, man. How much cover do these ancient engine blocks give? It's same as a chunk. One of you may die. Turtle John is back to 84% manipulation, 73% moving. One of you may die. I'm actually okay with Lonely Swineherd just not showing... Well, you're tough. But we have to go now. And not only do we have to go now, we have to go die now. He gave me 5 hours before our base starts getting auto-mortared. The auto-charge turret's HP is handleable. We just have to be close enough to be able to shoot it. So probably this ancient car. So this is definitely a combat command scenario. Combat command is gonna hit everybody and give them +3 levels of shooting accuracy and +3 levels of melee hit chance, which we will desperately need. Turtle John threatening a snap on the way to the fight. Also not good, so it's gonna end up being like a 4v everyone and then we die. Very dubious. With only 50% cover max, there's no time to do anything else. So we have to be willing to sacrifice fly spec, basically. Golgrin kind of needs to stay up here just to boost the accuracy. Here's what I'm afraid of. I'm gonna walk you guys through what's going through my mind right now. On the one hand, our top priority is deleting this auto-charge turret. I know there's 4 mini sluggers, but the auto-charge turret has a chance of blowing up, and if it does, it'll take another mini slugger and hopefully the auto-mortar with it, right? The auto-mortar physically can't hurt us in here, so it's a non-issue as far as like hurting the colonists goes, right? But there is a catch. The catch is that there's a scyther who's going to charge and is going to fight. The other catch is we have a pikeman and a lancer on top of 4 mini sluggers with concentrated firepower. So here are the options. If we spread out, we get divided and conquered. So if we spread out, we're lowering the chance of missed auto-charge shots hitting us because we'll be too spread out for the auto-charge to spray and pray more than one person. But if we spread out, then it's easier for the Scyther to come and kill someone by themselves, or all the other turrets to hit, you know what I'm saying? But if we do split up, we also lose the concentrated benefit of combat command. But if we stay together, then nobody gets picked off by a rogue Scyther, and I don't know. I'm not sure which is better here. Because then if we kill this and then we have to charge, then the melee has to cross snow and it's just going to get shot the entire way. So that would be the issue. Because we can hide behind this ancient wheel as well. Keep everybody here with at least 50% cover. It ain't much, but it's better than just being in the middle of nowhere. Alternatively, we could take 2 people down to these rocks to get a nice, clean, close shot at the pikemen. And this, well, the Scyther's going to rush us immediately. I think starting from the back is the best. Who just unpaused? Lonely Swineherd? I'm going to send Lonely Swineherd down to help. But we have to start fighting before then. Whew. Deep breath, everybody, and pray that we don't lose the colony in one fell swoop. If we do, it's because this dude hated Lost and loves the Mandalorian. That's the only explanation. 3, 2, 1. We only have 3 shooters. Go. Oh my God! Artificer's heart was crushed by the auto-charge turret's charge blaster shot in 1 hit. The first hit straight through the heart, destroyed, dead. Holy hell. Well, we have 2 rangers now, by the way. Okay, 1 turret is down. Golgrin has been chipped a couple times by the Scyther blade, understandable. We gotta completely focus on this at the expense of everything else. Good job, Melee. That's what we pay you the big bucks for. Now just die, I guess. This fight is very much against us right now, because the only way we have to cross the snow to melee the pikeman and the lancer. If we stand here, we're just car targets. And they have barricade cover. I think we're dead, Chan. I think this raid was very difficult because of the auto mortar. I think it's highly unlucky that we got our first mech cluster dropped an auto mortar when I didn't see a single auto mortar in the entire last campaign. Just believe in the heart of the cards and 50% cover. It ain't working. When the car goes down, then we really book it and just run. Once Lonely Swineherd is here too. But taking out the Scyther was very, very key. Okay, so now we can't really reach any of the targets. Turtle John with the revolver is the only one that can reach the targets. So, stay behind cover for a moment longer. Try and get Lonely Swineherd to draw him off. Turtle John's dead. Turtle John can no longer work on cook fine meal ×4 at electric stove. Turtle John has expired after a gunshot through the sternum. Straight through the torso. Turtle John's torso was obliterated by the pikeman's needle shot, and we've lost our cook. And one of 2 penguin patrollers. Feistel is now grounded after getting charge lanced in the right arm and the left leg, and has dropped the machine pistol. So then we do a full charge. Good luck, everyone. It's the only way, chat. Ow. Fly spec got down. Holy shit. Did not miss. Right shoulder shot off, left arm shot off. Back to back. Golgrin has also been downed by a mini slugger. Lonely Swineherd has made it to the front of the pack and is 1v1ing this Lancer like a god. And is also down. Feistel's father, Jennings, has arrived on the scene, sensing trouble. Jennings, the manager, with a 3 shooting and a revolver. Dad is here. On the wrong side of the map, by the way, for everyone who's bleeding out. If you just got here late and you're wondering what my strategy was, my strategy was, the auto mortar didn't activate. Why'd the countdown activator expire? Anyways, there's an auto mortar here and there's nothing we could do, so we just had to go. It was like forced my hand scenario. Actually, it might be better for you to go over here and just fight these guys. Okay, why don't we just peek around the side? Oof, did you just get a headshot? Yep, they shot your eye out. This Lancer is incredible, by the way. Both of them are pretty incredible. Your 75% cover doesn't mean shit! And now that you have an eye missing, you're not going to be able to see the aim. So, pretty much just them going to hit you before you hit them. Fly spec is dead! Oh, nice hit. Alright, let's do a fun move up. I'm sure it'll go fine. Come on, Jennings! This fight's not gonna last long enough for you to power up your skill. Oof. Well, it did. You did, actually. You did level up to 4. Good job. Two in a row? Wow. They didn't even down you. They just destroyed your kidney. Well, chat, I did like this colony. But I'm pretty sure what happened was, by shooting the mechs, we woke them up before the countdown activator could activate. But I am very confident that regardless of the scenario, we were going to die. As long as the auto mortar was here. Whether the countdown activator activated it when it counted down, which I'm pretty sure that's what happens, or if it took 9.4 days, it doesn't matter. 9.4 days is not going to be the difference maker, because all the other ones were going to wake up after 5 hours. All the other machines. So the auto charge turret can shoot from here to like here, basically. So as soon as we left our doors, it would start showering us with bullets. And we did a good job of taking it down. Like, it got that really unlucky first kill through the heart, and it was all downhill from there. I honestly just think anybody who's got a lot of experience in RimWorld would probably tell you in this stream that that mech cluster was pretty difficult. It was pretty tough. I don't think there was a win there, to be honest. I think that was just in a lose in every scenario. Considering our top tech was a single machine pistol. I think our wealth might be inflated because of the greenhouses. Greenhouses pretty much led to us making like 6 wind turbines. We don't really have that much furniture though. But yeah, if the mortar didn't force me to come outside, then I could just leave them. Nothing stopped me from leaving them and just working within our walls. And we could have just kept going until we could handle it. The mortar drop on the first mech cluster is the ace in the hole, basically. Wealth wasn't inflated, we just got robbed of so many colonists. Research killed you in manpower. Yeah. We had some bad luck with the prisoners punching each other's body parts off to the point of not being able to recruit any of them. A smoke launcher would have... I don't think so. Smoke launcher shoots both ways. You can't sit in the smoke and shoot because it lowers your own accuracy. And even if you can move up, you can't melee mini slugger turrets because they can explode. So you still got 4 mini sluggers even if you advance on the pikemen. So I disagree. But yeah, GG. No use, you know, what ifs are pointless anyways. If I had a mortar, I could have won. If I had an EMP nade, I could have won. If I had an assault rifle, I could have won. What ifs are just kind of fruitless. Why this action music now? It's a good song though. Well, that feels bad. I did like this colony. But now it's dead. Just like that. Okay, well. Rest in peace, you bastards. All of you sucked, except, I mean, Golgrin was cool, Tough Brawler Melee was neat. But really, each and every one of you were good at like one thing only, and even then, barely. We had 2 wood dryads for like 2 days. Flyspec, you were the worst colonist. Troublemaker. You are the one that wounded Turtle John to the point of being bruised enough to get 1 shot. All these human fists. That was you. You did that, fly speck. All right, anyway. I just woke up! No, you're dead. Okay, we'll fast forward until you die. But yeah, I love the colony. I really didn't like the colonists. And we never even got the ideology off the ground. We didn't even get to reform it once. And the reason for that is pretty obvious. It's because we couldn't hold the rituals. We couldn't convert anybody. I think fluid ideology would be a lot better with what I suggested earlier. If the moral guide were just open from the beginning of the game and you could make someone a moral guide and then convert. Because without that, we're just stagnant ideologically. Not that that would have been the game changer. What we really needed was a researcher earlier on so we could get higher tech stuff. We would have at least had swords or warhammers in that case. I really like the warhammers. I doubt we would have had enough research to make our own guns. But we may have been able to research armor. But armor sucks in cold anyway. Plate armor sucks in tundra. This game crashed? Did I crash it? Loading? Okay. I'm scared to force close this. Do you think it's safe to force close? Okay, well, that's what I did. That is what I did. Well, that was a disappointing end. Sorry the rug got ripped out from under us. But we were just, I wasn't stalling. I know we talked about a lot of media stuff today, but our colony I felt like it got stalled. The manpower was a big problem. And we didn't have the research or the people to do the necessary. We basically had people doing things that were not their job or in their wheelhouse for the entire duration of the colony. We had non-doctors doctoring. We had non-planters planting. The only things we had going in unison, like in sync, were building and mining. That was pretty much it. So I think that's what really slowed us down, was just having non-specialists. Do an easier biome to see if you can win. We already won. I already have a complete colony. I know it was only technically one part of the Arkham Nexus map, but it was still a winning colony. So we've already, in my mind, we've already won. The colony was a winner. The colonists who moved on didn't make it. But the last one we did was a win, as far as I'm concerned. Catch up on chat. Yeah, it happens, Avic. It happens. Too bad. No big deal. We'll start over. The new pin system. Yeah, it would be nice to do some ranchers. It would. I wouldn't hate doing some farmer boys. I like Tundra. I think it's a fun tile, and I think we handled it well. The tile itself, the only thing that really got us was the snow slowing us down. Are there such a thing as heat boots? Like some kind of heat tech you can use to mitigate the speed debuff from snow. Because that would make an actual big difference. It's like 50% speed in snow. So imagine how it cascades when you have someone with a peg leg or something. I'm not talking about mods, you nerds. There's a mod for literally everything in the game. It never fails. If you ask a hypothetical question to chat that is a joke question, they will respond with a mod that answers your question. We try the same ideology? I don't know. I don't know what we're gonna do. I'm gonna leave that to future me. I don't feel like turning it over in my mind right now. I'm gonna go rest my brain because my only thanks. I don't know what the word is. The only upside, the only positive, is it didn't happen in the first 2.5 hours this time. It happened like after a normal length stream. So we'll reset like this weekend or something. I don't know. We'll do some other stuff in between, or maybe we'll do it sooner, depending on if I get a bee in my bonnet, as the phrase goes. Can't expect to win the first Randy losing his fun Naked Brutality Tundra. We just got further. We got over that initial Naked Brutality hurdle. So it felt like we may have been in the clear for a little while, but Randy was so, that's the thing, he was so quiet tonight. We had like 3 hours, then a raid, and then like 2 more hours or more. And then that, I was expecting the insect hives. That didn't even get a chance to proc. Went straight to mech cluster death. He didn't need to be that active to delete the entire colony. So that's kind of what I like about Randy, though. I like that it's not always constant pressure till you lose. Sometimes it's just a bunch of ominous quiet leading up to a surprising rug pull. Roof over paths, says the person who just got to the stream. Chat, if you just roof the entire map, you don't have to worry about fighting outside of your base. Just pockmark the entire map with checkerboard pillars. Roof the entire map, and you're good to go. Now you've got, you and your opponents have defense everywhere, 75%. Cover. Just have your 4 functioning pawns remove all the snow on the entire map. Shut up, chat! Just take the loss. It's okay to lose at RimWorld. You don't have to rationalize every like hyper extreme scenario in which you don't lose. You can just lose gracefully in defeat and come back to fight another day. It is a story generator. Too bad these characters and their dads who came to save them didn't have what it takes. All right, get out of here. Thanks for end-of-stream subs. Random backwards. Penguin Town will live in my heart until something else of mild importance happens. Penguin Town. It was Tuxedo Town. And the Penguinis. The worst part about having to make a new colony is having to come up with new stupid names for them. If I could just skip that part, it'd be better. The names are the best part. Yeah, you're right. That is the best part. Check coming up with dumb names to fit the bill. And Navitoro, thank you for the fresh sub. You are the last slub of the night. I'll be back tomorrow. We'll do a Tuesday stream. I don't know. We're gonna do something different, probably, but never say never. I feel like 3 in a row would be a little too much. Might be nice to get some breathing room. I'm approaching 1,600 RimWorld hours. Maybe we'll do some belated scary game, witch hunting, or something else that is fresh on Steam, because it is a Tuesday. Stuff just comes out on Tuesday, from my understanding. So who knows? All right, good night. Rest in peace, Pinguinis and Pinguini pizzas. Some people are probably actually happy about this because there was something nice about starting that brand new colony and just trying to make it work with a single naked colonist. There is something addicting about that. Maybe we can get some better colonists in the colony to make it run smoother next time. Until then, good night, everybody. I will see you again for a Tuesday special something or other. Now get out of here.